Well, hey everybody, how you doing today? Hope that you're well. It is a partly cloudy day in northern Michigan. Absolutely beautiful. A little blue sky, little fluffy clouds up in the sky today. A little chilly, but that's okay. And just an absolutely beautiful day today. So, hey Grift, how you doing? Hatile, welcome aboard today. How you guys doing today? Hope you're doing well. I am really excited about today. We're just going to have some fun, mess around with the Prospector a little bit, and see if we can do some learning together. Now, I am up here in around the Microtech system, so I have found that here on Mic L2, I do like the fact that it's like plus 9%. Actually, there's a lot of pluses. There's good Bexelite plus here. There's a good gold plus here. So some of the top tier mining things to mine are available here on the refinery at a significant kind of improvement when you bring them in. And of course, there's it's not bad on the mid-grade stuff either. So I'm sorry about that. I was in a bit of a mood. I just kind of had gone around most of the day looking around. Hey, Mooney, how you doing? Nice to see you, Moon. How you been? So yeah, I do want to say, you guys, kind of right off the bat, I'm doing really well. I hope that kind of clown, like making the Prospector a clown thing. I definitely was, like I said, I was in a bit of just in a touch of a mood after kind of flying around all day, not finding a whole lot, but Grift is saying I did some hadamite mining this morning and hit it big. I definitely know that there's, I want to say first and foremost within the first couple minutes of this stream for people who watch, I honestly believe these mining changes are for the better. And I do think that ultimately the Star Citizen that we all want to play is more big ship meta, right? It's going to like moling up. Man, I had the most awesome time with Macedon and Luke the other night. Mole mining. Mole mining's fantastic now. I mean, there are these huge rocks. They pose a challenge. Like we were breaking this one gold rock where we had to use stampedes to get to bring the power just barely. We could barely get enough power with some stampedes to break this like 40 some K gold rock and with 3 lasers going in the mole. It was an absolute blast. You know what I mean? So mole mining and actually I really feel like they've got this thing dialed in where when they introduce a larger mining ship, things that can scoop up vast quantities of stuff, I think that stuff is going to be better. The one thing I will say is the Prospector is becoming more maybe what its original design intent was, which is just to go out and find some things and report back to the bigger mining crew potentially. That being said, I do hope that there's a little bit more of a tweak for Prospector mining because right now we're in a kind of a tough spot, right? If we go cherry picking for the top tier mats, that being Bexelite, Terranite, Quantanium, or there's one more. I can't think of it off the top of my head. Hey, Andreas, how you doing? JT, nice to see you. So if we go, head hunting for the nicer stuff, lots of times, of course, you can't break it, that type of thing. It's mixed up pretty good. Some people, have said, hey, V, I am doing a lot of, hey, Tookus, what's good, sir? I have heard from a lot of folks that, hey, I'm doing mid-tier stuff. I'm just doing mid-tier stuff, and I'm doing it more quantity versus quality. And I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? Some people are saying I make, 30 to 60K unrefined. I'm thinking 60 to 100K refined. And a lot of people are, that feel like that's an absolutely acceptable value. And I don't disagree with that. I think I went through kind of a, just yesterday I was kind of like, I'm not sure we'll ever see the day where you kind of bring back almost 300,000. But that's okay. We will, Andreas is not wrong. Andreas is Prospector miners are clever. We'll find a meta that will make them all obsolete again, even if it's the last thing we do. I love it, Andreas. That's good. Thank you, Took. I appreciate that. It's very kind. Dark Side, how are you, man? Nice to see you guys. Honestly, so yeah, I'll fall short of the word apology because I definitely, you guys know me. I wear my heart on my sleeve, So if you're gonna know if I'm grumpy about something. And yesterday, I did a lot of mining in the Prospector, and I was like, wow, this is not good, you know. But it is what it is. We're going to move on. Today, what we're going to be really focusing on is we're going to take a look around almost everywhere in the microtech systems. Just take a look, we're going to do some prospecting. I mean, that's what the Prospector is, guys. Which moons are good regarding mining? Now, well, tech, really, I think the question you need to ask yourself is which refinery is going to be like kind of giving you the best bonuses on what are you going after? That's kind of what it is now. Are you going to go for like a mid-grade tier, or are you going to try and cherry pick a high tier? I am trying to cherry pick high tier a little bit. I'm hanging around Mike L2 because gold is plus 9% here. And so Andreas says, I live on Arc L5 and main mainly on Calliope. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Calliope's got really, really good resources right now. And Calliope was probably going to be one of the first places I head today. So it's interesting Andreas says that. So we are going to get started here. Now, let's go ahead and chat about really quickly about what I have. You know, and some people have suggested that I drop from a Rieger C3 to a C2. And so I may do that at some point here. But right now, what I do have I do have the Hofstede, and I have a Rieger C3. So I'm going to leave that alone just because I'd have to travel quite a bit, I think, to find a Rieger C2. We're going to go with this for now, just for today. But, you know, that's kind of where we're at. And I think what we're going to do is go ahead and pull this ship. And we'll go ahead and get started and head over towards Calliope. Are you mining Bexlite, gold, Terranite? Yes, that's kind of like Bexlite, gold, Terranite, Quantanium. Those are the things I'm looking for, tech. Het Tiles is a very nice plan. Thank you, Het. I appreciate that. I really appreciate it. Good to see you. So the more important question is, which is your favorite place to mine? All of them are somewhat profitable. And that, you know what? That's one of the more positive changes, right? And I am going to focus in the stream today on the positives, right? There's no point in wallowing in the things that we know aren't necessarily up to snuff. That is not a healthy place to be. We're going to dig it out. We're going to get around the corner on this, and we're going to find a way. So, and Andreas is correct. I mean, that's the one. There are some huge upsides to these changes. You can mine anywhere now, you know, and there's opportunities. Andreas says, I'm using the Helix and the 2XL, the XTR-XL. Yep, that's a very good one. I go for everything that ends in "ite." Not a bad idea. Took it says, I live on Arc L2, mine in Illyria. Aluminum is lightweight, making bigger rocks a lot easier to crack. I'm breaking 15 to 20K rocks with the Helix and Rieger. Nice, Took. Now, Took, will you tell me in the chat kind of what is your, like, let's say you get a good full load. What's your half price? Like, what is your unrefined, when you bring in a load, what is your unrefined at, Took? Hey, guys, let's do this. Let's share a little bit. Borace, barrel, everything, really. Yeah, and this is what I'm starting to hear from you guys. It's like, okay, well, I'm stepping down from the tier 1 resources. I'm going for the tier 2. And I'm doing it, you know, very quick turnaround trips on tier 2 stuff. That makes a lot of sense to me. Nate says, hey, V, have you flown the Fury yet? No, I haven't, but I've definitely watched a few videos. It's pretty crazy. It was interesting. I really liked, he's got an awesome radio voice. Ray's Guide, where he was talking, he put a bunch of them in a C2 and how they were very fragile in there. I thought that was interesting. So some of the absolute really awesome things about, you know, the pocket carrier and that type of thing are, you know, there's also a fragility there, so you have to be careful with it, which I think is a good trade-off with that shit. Mass rock, I cracked the Prospector 30K tech. Was that a mostly aluminum rock tech? Andreas, but also I mine 90% for fun, 10, you know, and that's a good way to look at it, Andreas. I love Prospector mining, so that's not going away. You know, the only thing that's going to change is the meta and the profit. Prospector mining is the thing I enjoy doing. Took says 50 to 60K unrefined. Oh, that's not bad, unrefined. I didn't quite realize it was that. Usually I find a little tier 1. Yeah, there you go. That makes sense to me. Lyria seems to have more rocks than I can break. Yeah, no, Lyria is definitely packed with rocks, no question about it. So, anyways, let's go ahead and pull the Prospector. We're going to head over to Calliope, and we're going to look around. Now, I have found that even though Mike L2 has plus 9% to gold in the refinery here, you know, that there's still quite a bit of gold to be found around the microtech systems. Now, I will say this particular terminal is usually a little slower. We're just going to kind of sit here for a moment. Lyria seems to have more rocks than I can break. Yeah, Took, I get that for sure. By the way, you guys, 14 likes already. I want to thank you all for showing up today and kind of hanging out with me. I really appreciate it. I mean it. I look so forward to these opportunities to stream for you guys. Yesterday, 13K rock with Quantanium 42%. Saf, were you able to break that guy? And what were you in, a prospector, or were you solo moling? That's awesome. With the amount you mine, you could go the lowest tier and put us all... Oh, yeah, no. You're not wrong, Andreas. I definitely could just put in the work and just kind of low tier it and probably still make pretty good money. Unrefined prices, I've gotten gold, backselect Terranate around 3K SU, barrel borace half, and larinate around 1K. Yeah, and that's a good way to look at it. You got your tier 1s and you got your tier 2s, right? And so I have been doing a lot of headhunting for tier 1s, but, I'm definitely open to doing some more tier 2 stuff if you get into a regular thing. Guys, this is the best place for Quantanium now. You know what, Tech? There's not a best place for Quantanium now that I know of. As soon as I hear that, I'll be shouting it from the rooftops. Tuka says, I tried all of Hurston, all of Crusader Moons, and I never found a 1-tier rock I could break. Went to ArcCorp, and they are pretty decent. That's a good point, Took. I definitely found some really nice, on Yella and on Selin, some really nice mole Quantanium rocks, but I haven't found any Prospector Quantanium rocks over that way. Prospector, Helix, Rigger 3, and Brand. Nice! So, Saf, that's cool. So you had the Helix, of course, with the Rigger Z3, which is a nice one, and the Brand. So you were really boosting your power on that laser, Saf. So that's awesome that you were able to break that. Quant is tough. There's no question about it. When you do find Quantanium, it's tough. I'll tell you what, though, even if you can get 3, 4, 5, 6 SCU on board, it makes a significant difference in your profitability. I held a full mix load of my MSR yesterday and made 250K or so, a third of what Quant brought in. Yeah, and that's probably not wrong, about a third. That makes sense to me, Andreas, for sure. All right, we're at Hangar 4. Let's go ahead and get started. Like I said, you guys, I am so thankful that you're here today and that we're able to hang out and talk this out a little bit. I truly mean that. It's, to me, I really do see, like I said, I honestly in my heart believe that these changes are fantastic. They're for the better. And they really do set up stuff for like the Orion or the bigger, larger mining ship. And as, one thing somebody has told me, and I'm sure they're going to patch it out, but something I might try on stream at some point before they do patch it out, just to say you did it one time, is to pull the bags off the mole. If you pull the bags off the mole and stick them on the Prospector, you guys, right now, they'll patch it out eventually. I'm told that you can actually increase your SCU in your Prospector from 32 to 48. So that's something I wanted to mention to you guys. Some people come to me and say, hey, V, have you thrown mole bags on your Prospector yet? I have not done that yet, but I have been told that if you do that, you go from 32 to 48 SCU in your Prospector. So little tip or trick, while they're making changes, we definitely can take advantage of some of those changes. The mission for salvage cargo is where the money is at. Griff, are you still finding that, the cargo? Now, are you able to sell that cargo? I heard they nerfed the weapon sales there. What's your feeling on that? Rigger C2 passive module broke it, guys. Trust me. Just use the Hofstad and Rigger C2. You can't believe the setup. I have the C3 on right now, Tech. But maybe the C3 is broke. I need to get someplace and pick up a 2. Don't forget to hit the like button to help Shorty out. Oh, thanks, JT. I just kind of anchormanned it. I just read your thing. I hate the shadow damage, expensive repairing the mods. Yeah, that can be rough. By the way, I'm happy I can see you live finally again. Thank you, Saf. That's awesome. Andreas, I tried this yesterday, but got 30K. The bags fit. Nice. That's awesome. Hey, John, how are you, man? How have you been? Nice to see you. That's a clap right there, sir. Nice to see you, Bloody John. How are you? How you doing? How's your solo molding going? I know they were trying to gear this better for crude mole work, but they've really moved the single player option away from Prospector to the solo mining the mole. Moon, you're not wrong, and I have discussed with myself internally whether or not I want to start maybe thinking about going back to solo molding. But for now, I'm sticking it out. I'm still trying, to Prospector mine a little bit. So we're gonna head towards Calliope, you guys. Can we send a picture? I'll send a 30K rock to crack with the Prospector. That's awesome. Weapon sales have been nerfed, but the cargo you can sell. Oh, I didn't realize that. Now, am I not wrong? At some point, that cargo was recognized, Drift, as like not yours. So that got fixed, huh? Awesome. Glad to see you've had your trials and tribulations with the new mining. For us, very Van Halen attitude. That's awesome, Nate, that you should say that. I just said to my wife right before I started this stream, because she watched my video yesterday, and she's like, that was far more Pink Floyd than Van Halen. You know, basically, it's like, do not go on a stream and be like, wah, wah, wah. She's not wrong. I want you guys to hear, I'm a happy dude, you know what I mean? I am a happy dude. I could never find a place to sell cargo from salvage shops. So they fixed that. That's a question I have, too. Hi, my friend. Great live stream to you. Just dropping by to leave and say hi. I find it. Oh, Anderson Frere. Nice, man. That's awesome. Finally bought my Prospector. Clap to that. I haven't tried recently, but my buddy was doing that. It was working for him. Grip. That's awesome to know. And one more thing. Sorry about that day on Discord. I was being too... No, Anderson, don't even worry about it, man. Please. Honestly, I enjoy talking to all of you. Hey, Sandy, what up? Sandy, give me the, can you give me the, give us the rundown, man. How's trading? Hey, Mass, what's happening, brother? Macedon and I and Luke had the most awesome mining night the other night in the mole. I mean, just super kick-ass time in the mole, where we actually had like 6 charges in our stampedes, and we barely got it. Like, it was like a 40+ K rock of gold, and we barely got it into the green and held it there and cracked it, and it was a good time. We had an awesome time. So listen, I mean, mole mining and up, it's, we're in good shape. Rock mining's the new LOL, says Took. So much hat night at Aberdeen. Yeah, it's everywhere. You're not wrong. Hey, Clement, nice to see you. How have you been, sir? Young Smoothie, how you been, dude? Solo Prospector is harder, but I find that if you use gadgets due to massive rocks, you come across gadgets that lower resistance are a must. Young Smooth, you're not wrong. It can be very helpful. I actually am packing a Bormax and a Wave Shift with me now. This loadout I like on the Helix too. Yeah, the Helix is a great all-arounder. You can pair it with more power. I really like it. Seems like a lot of people are going back to mining. Well, Sandy, really mole mining is very good. Hamma Berlin, nice to see you, Hamma. How have you been? Give me a salute there, and I'll salute you right back. How's the mood now? Seems to be fine again. I saw your video. Oh, yes, Ham. That's what you know me. I try to be far more Van Halen than Pink Floyd. That's the goal. And I definitely was in a mood yesterday. But just like the rainstorm comes, the rainstorm moves on, right? Did you try the trick I saw too with the Prospector storage? Anderson, I need to try that still, where you take the mole bags, put them on the Prospector, and go to 48 SU. I am going to try that soon. If you want to try it, like I said, I have a couple moles and I'll just reclaim them. So gadgets are a pain to use though. They keep shrinking physically and the buttons don't. Yeah, I tell you, gadgets, they're super helpful, but I don't disagree. They are a little wonky right now in the sense that, like, I'm having to, like, not put my mouse right on the slider. Oh, no worries. Anderson, please. It's all good. Everything's great, man. But yeah, like, I have to, like, find some weird place on the screen that's not where the slider is, but corresponds with the slider, and move them around a little bit. We'll see. I have a Bormax and a Wave Shift on me, and I plan on, using those today. And the reason I'm going to use the Bormax is because it's got that plus 30% cluster. The 30% cluster is a really kind of a cool thing. Cluster, like, at least at first blush, it seems like if you want cracks with better percentages, using that plus cluster is very good. And of course, the Bormax has a plus 30% to the cluster, but does increase resistance though, so you better be careful that you can actually crack that rock. So it's one of those trade-offs that you got to make sometimes in Star Citizen, right? So we'll go over here to Shubin SPMC-5, get on the light side of Calliope. And we're going to go around and take a look and see what we find here. We're looking for gold, we're looking for Terranite, we're looking for Bexelite, but you know what? We'll just we'll take whatever comes our way. and mark mark it. So the mole was fun. Yeah, it sure was, Matt. I mine in the Halo mainly. Moonraker says, from what I've seen, putting mole bags on Prospector works, but if you have to claim the Prospector, it comes back with Prospector bags. That makes sense to me. So it'd be one of those situations where you'd want to put those mole bags on the Prospector, but then use pads to, like that day to go on several runs or whatever, and then, that type of thing. So, we're a little... Let me see if... What's this way? Is that a little bit... Yeah, let's quickly get ourselves over this way. It looks like if we go this way, we might end up in the sun a little better. A little more... The sun will be a little higher on the horizon, and that's what we're looking for. I like mining in the daytime. I think it's prettier. And Halo mining is fun, too, if the number of griefers increases so much that you can't mine. I don't disagree with that. I think Halo mining is great. Did a little Halo mining yesterday as well. And so, all right, here we go. So we're going to turn this guy off. We're going to bring our velocity down to a little bit there. And we are going to move on in here. I'm going to go ahead and turn this guy. I'm going to turn this guy on. We'll start doing like a 90 ping and see what's out in front of us. Oh, right off the bat, we've got, looks like some gems maybe. We'll see. Maybe not. Oh, no, it's a nice rock. Let's go and take a look at it. Hey, Matt Burt, nice to see you. How you doing? Welcome aboard. Moonraker says you can store it and keep the mole bags, but if you get destroyed, you have insurance claim. You get the... Oh, I see. So you can store it and they come back. That's awesome. So to be that guy, but what griefers? Yes. No, I don't know. Yeah. I don't think that... I'm not sure that griefing's a problem yet in the game. There's definitely been pad rammers and that type of thing, but I think it's just talk about for in the future if there's problems like that. But how are you doing with the Prospector? I couldn't mine with it, had to move up to the mole. Matt, you know what? We're still kind of trying to learn our way through, prospecting a little bit. That being said, there's no question that the mole is in a really good place right now. So this is a Grisium, Quartz, and a Nerd. So we're going to move on from that. Agricium is not one that I'm mining that much right now. And like I said, I am going to kind of, I'm not looking to just get full and head back. I'm actually doing a lot of prospecting. I'm making a mental note of the stuff that I am finding on places. And I found some pretty nice gold on Calliope, and I'd like to see if I find a little more today. We just have to accept that from now on, making money will be a little longer than before. I have 10,000 more fun mining now. Than with, you know what, Clement's not wrong. I mean, even though it was more profitable, it was a very staticky thing. Like, let's go to Lyria, let's go to the Halo, let's mine this one thing. I do think that they future-proofed, and I mean it. I think that we're really set up for a big mining meta. That's 1820. Let's see if this is more of a cluster over this way. We'll take a look. Yeah, look at that, 14,000. That's what we're looking for. Big old stack of rocks. Now, there's some really cool things. I love the fact that you find these, that almost everything's a cluster anymore. You find singles, but not tons of them. What are you using on the Prospector? Right now, I have the Rieger C3, and I have Hofstede on board. Now, some people have suggested I step down to the Rieger C2, and I'm going to give that a try. I just haven't gotten over to buy one yet. So far, piracy is not an option on the Prospector. They can't refine her. Yeah, we're not seeing a whole lot of piracy right now on Prospectors, at least I haven't. And that's pretty much all I fly around in. There are griefers here and there, but not really nearly as much as make you believe. I agree with that 100%. I don't think that we're in a bad place with griefing in this game. I'm not saying that we couldn't get there, but honestly, guys, I have gone mining endlessly in this game. And usually the people that have ever given me any grief are people I know. They're teasing me or having a little fun. Now, don't get me wrong. I've been pirated once or twice, but come on, that's not a problem. I mean, that just makes it fun. I wouldn't call it a problem. I'm on Calliope, Saf. So I'm looking around on Calliope right now. Have you looked at the prices on Barrel? It's actually worth picking up. Yeah, Matt, that's what a lot of people are saying, these mid-tiers. They're doing lots of fast trips going for mid-tier instead of maybe headhunting for the high-tier stuff. So, and that, you know what? I can really appreciate that. they're not a problem yet. That's why I said if it gets bad, I don't draw a line between griefers and pirates, whatever. Yeah, but I understand where you're coming from. And definitely different people have different opinions on that, for sure. But you know what? I respect them all. I'm one that believes that the only griefing is pad ramming. Stream sniping negative way, constantly killing the same guy. Well, yeah, any kind of killing the same guy over and over again, that's, you know, that's probably, I mean, unless he's returning. Now, there's a nice Terranite rock, you guys. That's interesting. That's a good rock, actually, for a mole. There's a beautiful Terranite rock for a mole, and I didn't know that's a good percentage of Terranite, so that's cool. That's a 30,000 mass rock. I love the fact that there are these big rocks. Now, here's a 13,000 mass rock that's got some Hephaestonite in it. This looks like it could be a picker. No, it's not a picker. That's a barrel rock, a small guy, 1530. There isn't much piracy. Yeah, there isn't much. Hector says, being lucky if I play every day, run a large cargo, and never see pirates yet. Hey, Skits, nice to see you, man. Seems every time I find a good rock, I can't build any charge into it, even though the mass resistance is. Skits, that does happen for sure. You know, but we're gonna keep on fighting the good fight until we find ones that we can break. It seems like Sig set up for the Prospector to be more of a that's, you know, Nate, it's called the Prospector, right? And I think that's exactly what the thing that I'm starting, like, I think our like, we're just kind of that first, the mining scout ship. That's exactly right, to bring back a core sample type thing. You know, I don't think you're wrong. I think that's kind of the intent. You know, the most annoying griefer in the server. Oh, yeah. I actually changed my mind on escorts. The verse is too big versus pirates. Interesting. You know, yeah. I've been pirated by AI more than real people. That's, you know what? There's a fact right there. I definitely have been attacked far more. Like, especially, like, if you go over to HURL3? Is that what it is? Yeah, if you go over to HURL3 and you put your lasers on anything, you're getting jumped immediately by pirates. It's either going to be some police that are going to scan you, but it's mostly like AI pirates. You know, they will jump you. If you ever want to have some kind of org training event where you want to have, like, your reaction force protect your miners, you want to go to HURL3, because the minute that they put a laser on anything, it spawns NPC pirates. It's crazy. And fun, actually, you know, if that's what you're looking to do. All right, so there's some quartz. Now, I haven't seen anything specific in this really beautiful cluster that I kind of want to take a crack at, so let's keep on moving here. And guys, I am going to be doing a lot more prospecting than mining today. I'm just looking around and see what stuff is where. We're hitting every place on Microtech that we can. So, you know, I'm going to be a little bit on Calliope, a little bit on Microtech, a little bit on Clio, a little bit on Uterp. This is our stomping ground today, right here. We're going to be just looking around at all these moons and this planet. It's just wondering, you know, just taking a look and seeing what we find, making mental note. Now, don't get me wrong. If we happen to come across a really nice gold rock, you know, or a really nice Terranite rock, or something that's a top tier resource, we'll definitely mine it. By the way, 26 likes, you guys. Thanks so much. That's awesome. Prospector pans for gold. The mole is the sluice box. Nate, what an unbelievable, that is such a smart way to look at it. The Prospector is the pan, the mole is the sluice box. That's an awesome way to look at it. And I could not have come up with a better way to describe it than that, Nate. You nailed it. 8 out of 10 cases I encounter other players in the wild, they just start shooting. That's why I spend more time in the Halo. You know, there's no question that if you spend time around other people, like Andreas, that, you know, eventually it does. There's 13,000 mass. There we go. Renee Eric, Helix and 2 TR-XLs. That is a very good meta, Renee. No question about it. I hope that I'm saying your name correctly. But you're not wrong. The Helix and the 2 XTR-XLs are a great pairing right now. Young Smooth says, well, call it. It is called the Prospector. Exactly. It is. It's the pan. It's the pan where the Helix is where the mole is the sluice box. I love that analogy. I'm going to use that, Nate. I think that's a great analogy. Are we keeping the mod claim, or was it changed? Are we keeping mod on claim? Give me a little more context for your question. That's actually amazing, Nate W. Isn't that mass? Isn't that really the most a poignant way to say what we've been trying to say is that the mole is the sluice box, the prospector is the gold pan. You know, I just could not. That's such a smart way to say it. Awesome job, Nate. That's fantastic. I mean, which is kind of sad if you're pirating. It's the one thing I try to initiate PvP and fly to flare drop. People don't usually follow that. Yeah, you know. And I think as time wears on, people will recognize that stuff a little better, Griff. You know, as things become a little more entrenched as far as how pirates move and how other people move. Hey, Ocean says, evening, morning, all. Hope all is well. Sip some coffee. Hey, Ocean. I am also sipping some coffee as well. I have committed to the Helix setup, getting many good rocks, and you did say my name, Renee. I'm happy I did that. Hey, Jack, how are you, dude? Do you know any way to make money in the freelancer? Well, Sandy Claus is on. He may know of an excellent way to make money in the freelancer. Let's see if Sandy's still around and can answer that question. He's a really big into trading. So let's see. Module Brant. If the ship gets destroyed, you claim in 318, you get them back. You get stuff back. If you crash, you're getting your heads back and your. If you claim your ship, this is a picker, by the way. Pickers are what I call purple rocks that you can just pull off the ground. But it's just quartz. So yeah, you get all your stuff back if you claim it, Heptile, for sure. I think he wants to know if you keep the modules like Focus. No, if you insurance claim the ship, you get them back. That's how it's been working for me. Cyber, how are you? Hey, BTR, how have you been? It's been a hot minute. What the heck? How have you been, sir? That's awesome. Nice to see you. Welcome aboard. That's all right. So we got a 19,100 mass rock. Far more interesting rocks and stuff. That's a nice gold rock. Now, I am not going to be able to put any energy into this thing, but I'm going to give it a try anyways, just because it's fun. So I'm going to get an optimal range. It is a gold rock. It's a 19,100 mass, but it is quartz. It's coupled with quartz. So sometimes you just never know. You actually do need to put your laser on things sometimes to know whether or not it's going to work. Looks like some vulture party too hard at CRUL1. Broken thruster near the hospital. That's awesome. Yeah, definitely no, nothing's happening here. So, all right, we'll pull the energy back down and turn off the laser. But no, you've got it. You know, you've got it. You honestly, it's weird. Right now, I'm finding that sometimes it says impossible and I'm cracking them, and sometimes it says easy and I'm not. So, all right, here's 20,000 mass rock with Borace. Borace is a good mid-tier, rock or whatever. If you want to live at Grim and never be able to go anywhere else without people bounty hunting you, you always can. There you go. That's awesome. Hey, Rhino, how are you, man? What's happening, dude? By the way, 38 likes, you guys. You guys are killing it today already. This is awesome. Rhino, how you been, dude? All right, what do we got here? Mass 14,000 quartz and gold. Wow. This is a 45% gold rock, you guys. This is a nice rock. Let me go ahead and grab a screenshot of that. This is not, with a helix or whatever, this may not have been out of the realm of possibility. I'm going to try it anyways. That's a hell of a nice rock right there. I'll tell you that. See if we can build any juice into that guy. Now, I might... Well, the Vormax will bring down the instability. It would increase the resistance, though. So that probably wouldn't work for me. Hey, Skeet, what's happening? Nice to see you. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the salute, man. What is the laser velocity in this new patch? When you say laser velocity, what do you mean, Dart? Skeet, how are you? Hey, Grift. So, you know what, guys? This would be the type of rock that if I had a box on board or if I could mark, I would actually go grab a different laser head and try. This is crackable. This 14,000 mass rock is absolutely crackable. Now, some people have said, like if you get in, you can actually get closer and that it doesn't actually hurt the power. But I'm not making hay. I'll tell you what, though. That's a nice rock. This is a very nice rock. It does have some instability. I would need to bring down that instability, I think, to crack it. So let me do this. I'm just going to turn off the laser for a second. I'm going to pull this guy in for a second. And I'm just gonna take a look at the two. I have a wave shift, and so let me take a look at the wave shift. I can't remember exactly what all the wave shift stuff does. So let's take a peek here. The wave shift is negative 35% instability. Optimal charge window is a 100. So, but it's not going to bring down the resistance at all. That's the real issue, right? And of course, I have the Bormax on my back. That is negative 70% instability as well. But it's the and this adds 10% resistance. So I don't think I have the right kit on board. It's too bad. That's very close to a doable rock. Beautiful rock, by the way. And by the way, one thing I will say is, normally on Calliope, it's not, you don't really want to, I will say you don't really want to, you're going to drift a bit, right? Look at the ship it drifted just a little, not terrible. But anyways, yeah, that's about a nice a rock as you're going to find right there. If I had subs to use the YouTube redirect fee, I would force everyone here. Good to see you. Some of them come over too. Hope you have a great stream. Crouch, thank you so much. So that's so kind of you. I really appreciate it. Mouse wheel control laser velocity. Look on the left of the UI. Laser intensity is Alt plus mouse wheel. Okay, let me see what you're saying. Mouse wheel control laser velocity. That's not laser velocity though. That's not laser velocity. That's your ship velocity now. So that's what that means. That's what they've done is they made it so you used to be able to not tweak your ship speed without coming out of the mining laser. Now you can. Oh, the Sabir is awesome for big rocks. I did see a Sabir back at Mike L2 Jug. Maybe I'll pick one up. I need a Sabir. Well, I won't be able to mark this guy. But anyways, let's move on. This is a fantastic rock. I'll tell you what. This is a rock. This is a Prospector's dream rock right here. This is a rock that if I had the right kit, I would definitely be able to do. And it's a 45% gold rock. So this is a rock that this could have been definitely north of 20 SCU of gold. So let's move on. You know what I mean? Like I said, a lot of what I'm doing today, I want to make sure that we understand. I want to learn what rocks are where. And so we definitely want to cover the Microtech moons. That's an awesome rock though. Here's an 11,000 mass rock with Hephaestonite in it. There's a quartz Hephaestonite rock. Awesome. And that's the thing, you guys. The one thing I want to say, I'm finding very good gold rocks around Microtech, and then Mike L2 has plus 9% to the refinery, which basically will offset a lot of your. That's why we're headhunting for gold a little bit in this area. So, all right, next little scanner to introduce. Let's get that up. We got some more rocks over here. Let's take a look. I got to let someone fly and bring mods. Yeah, no question about it, Saf. If I was in a little operation with some folks, that'd be easy pickings right there. Nope, about 11 SU gold. Okay, so Jug, thank you for doing the math there. I definitely, 11 SU gold, still a pretty good run. 150K rock right there, a crackhead's dream. Nice. Hello, happy Saturday. Hey, buddy. Well, nice to see you, dude. How you been? That's awesome. I don't know if you've seen the post, but Juggler is saying C3 is flat out broken. Yes, I'm going to have to switch to the C2. Will you guys do me a little favor and look up? Hey, Ocean. Thank you so much, man. That's so kind of you. Well, one of you guys take the time and look up for me. Where are C2s at? Rieger C2s. Are there any in the Microtech area? I probably should go pick one up. Hey, Ocean is a legend. Yeah, that's awesome. Here's a 19,000 mass rock that's gold. Here, you guys, this is me saying to you guys, look, gold is a very good top-tier resource. It is kind of the new Quantanium. And if you come mole mining on Calliope, there's a very good chance you're going to be taking a lot of gold back to Mike L2. I'm finding a lot of gold on Calliope. Like a boss. Yeah, exactly. Nicely done, Z. Easy to break with the second Prospector. Yeah, Crow, you're not wrong. Crowbait, nice to see you, dude. You guys are all coming out to this. Loving it. This is great. Sweet. All right, so let's take a look. This looks like it's going to be a picker. Yep, that's definitely a picker. Let's see, purple picker there. And what do we got there? What's in this picker? Something. Oh, I 30K'd. Mike L2 has Rieger C2s. All right, well, we're going right back there because we 30K'd. You know, I think we 30K, guys. Let's hang on for a sec. It said I had left the Prospector, and it's not finishing the scan. A lot of gold in the Microtech area. Wow. Listen, and the reason that that's important to know, Young, is because Mike L2 has plus 9% in refining. So, you know, so yes, I did 30K there. Let's hit persistent. Let's just go back to best. Pug Winner, welcome to the channel, Pug. Pug says, did some rock mining and Prospector mole mining last night. Felt great on both, to be honest. So refreshing not to be looking for quant alone anymore. Pug, you're not wrong about that. Blighty John says, Mike L1, L2, L5. Thank you very much. I'll pick up a Rieger C2 and we'll swap it out. That's a good thing to know. Mike L2, HUR-L1, ARC-L1, ARC-L4. We're talking about Rieger C2s, you guys, right now. That's a great pat. Those are an awesome pairing with the Rieger, or with the Hofstede. Hofstede Rieger, you know, Hofstede S1, and the Rieger C2s. You'd use the C3s if you could, but the C3s are broken. So let's head down. I'll go ahead. I'll have to claim, so I'll claim the ship first. Then we'll head down. I'll pick up a C2. I don't think 30Ks get rid of modules anymore. They don't. Nope. You can claim. You keep all your modules. You keep all your heads. I mean, you're not wrong, Senpei. By the way, Senpei, welcome to the channel. Not a name I recognize. Hope you like it, sub. Aocean, also the Mike L2 fields could still have reclaimer panels and chances after patches. Yeah, you could crack it, trust me. Oh, I could. That 14K, 45, that's the best rock I've ever seen in the game. So you guys are good. Senpai, that's what people are saying. The Rieger C3 is broken. So I'm going to step down to a C2 and see if it makes a difference. You know what I mean? So, and Helix is kind of a must. I definitely don't disagree. The Helix is a great, doesn't give a boost that it's supposed to. I think on paper it looks like it is, but apparently it's not, is what the thought is. As people have done some testing, it sounds like, and they're feeling like the Rieger C3 isn't working as advertised. I'm going to step down to a 2. What's a worse than 60K? Hofstede C2 is the best. So let me go ahead and take a look at the C2 here. All right, turn this guy off. C2. Hey, I'm gonna quick buy that guy. Okay. And I don't think I claim my ship because I'm dumb. We'll head back up and do that. Waste, Hofstede C2. Now, ultimately, of course, the C3 is going to be better than the C2, but like I said, people have been, you know, I've gotten 4 or 5 messages when people were looking at my loadout that said, hey, did you know that the C3 isn't working right? Now, I had used the C3 in the PTU, and it definitely was working right there at some point. You can simply test by changing them out on the field. If you're like, well, Jug, you're not wrong, but I happen to be back at the ranch, so I'll just throw it on and bring the 3 with me. So, we can just swap them out if we want to kind of test them for sure. Cool. All right, we'll just kind of keep on cruising over this way. And let me get a claim going on the Prospector. Hofstede is more of a heavy filter mod, an optimal window for extension boost. I like the Hofstede for secondary brakes. I've always been kind of a far more worried about the secondary brakes than the first brake kind of guy. You know, if I couldn't first brake it, I was always okay with it. Where I know the communities, and I respect it too. I mean, I know like Croncy, those guys, they were always running around with their Helixes, or pardon me, with their Lancets with Surges and Stampedes, so they could break all the rocks and then just deal with the instability on the secondary brakes, just using the negative 75%. I was always kind of like, if I couldn't break that big of a rock, it was okay. I just was more concerned about secondary brakes cleanly. But you know that, hey, I mean, different strokes for different folks, and nobody's right or wrong in that. Oh, you can also buy a Sabir. Yes, I'll go pick up a Sabir while I wait for my claim. Did I let me see if I expedited my claim. You're not wrong, Jug. Thanks for the reminder. I'll go down and pick up a Sabir, and I'll actually pick up a couple of extra I did expedite it. Okay, but we still got a couple minutes. Let's run down and grab us a beer real quick. The minimal power is marginal to not detonate the smaller rocks for seconds. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, I think with the Helix, you're probably having to do a lot of feathering, turn it on, turn it off. Tookus, does anyone know if you need to have your laser deployed in order to manually put modules on? No, not necessarily. You actually, one thing that, hey, Stan, nice to see you. One thing that I think is pretty cool, you actually can, like, pull the laser head off and pull it down and just set it on the ground next to you. And then, you know, once you set it down on the ground next to you, backseat gamers are very useful, Jug. You're not wrong. But yeah, I mean, you can actually pull it down, just set it on the ground next to you, swap them out, and then lift it back up and put them on. So, I mean, you don't have to necessarily try and fuss with them up above your head. You can pull them down right next to you and deal with it that way. Sabir. Okay, so I'm going to buy another one of these. I'm going to buy one more. I'm going to buy an extra bore. And I am going to buy an extra wave shift as well. So I have a little inventory, if you will. Okay, cool. Tech says, today I noticed ship repair, also repair module at the same price. I broke my C2 and C18 repair record, and my module came in. Interesting. Just ports need to be open and then reattach after. Yep, that's the one thing. You do have to open. It's a weird like thing inside the inner thought ring menu. You go to vehicles. When you're sitting in your chair, vehicle action, and then you have to, once you go to the vehicle actions, you have to unlock ports in order to change those things around. Cheaper ways to unequip it in Vehicle Manager and re-equip it will fix the modules for free. Ah, that's awesome to know. The Okunis is also good to have. Oh, Mabutu, that's a good thing. Did they have an Okunis back there? I'll go look. They might have. I'll look. Why? I like the material rebalances and the bigger rocks. Not the biggest fan of the effective nerf to the process. Z, I'm with you there. I know what you're saying. That being said, you know, I do hope that we find a lot more rocks like the one I just found. You know, that 14K, 45% gold rock is not bad. Okunis? Oh, yeah, there is an Okunis there, too. Let's buy a couple of those. So we got some options, for sure. I like having a few options in there. Change power output. The optimal distance actually helps with large amount of power the Helix has. If you are a max distance, power is much lower. Oh, that's a great. I use min power on the Helix and use distance to control it. So there you go. There's an unbelievable tip right there, you guys. Andreas is saying, hey, I use the Helix, and yeah, there is a minimum power on it for secondary brakes, but then he uses distance. He'll back up away from the rock to lower the power in order to make it less, you know, less of an issue. Very good use of the game mechanics, for sure. Yeah, playing with distance is really good to manage power, says Jug. Yep, love that. Try setting your Windows mouse scroll setting to 1 line instead of the default 3 to 5. Helped me with laser control so much. Hope it helps you well. Try setting your Windows mouse scroll setting to 1 line instead of the default 5. You know what? Stan, give me a sec. I'm reaching back here for a pencil. I'm going to write that down. It's not something I want to do midstream. Windows mouse setting 1 line, not 5. I'm going to look into that. That's kind of a curious what that setting does and why. So thank you for that, Stan. I love tips like that. And I did jot it down for sure. So let's take a look at where we're at. Hey, Toe, what's happening, brother? Nice to see you. We're going to go ahead and take a look at the Prospe here. We are going to swap out the Rieger C3 for an actual C2. We're going to save that. People are saying that the C3s are bugged. So we'll go ahead and just kind of throw the C2 on there. And I do have an Atlas drive on this guy as well. Oh, that's a great idea. Yeah, we'll check that out. On very dense second brakes, you can charge them really slow, which helps if you only have a tiny 5 pixel. Yes, no. There are times with the Helix where your optimal window is just a sliver, and you have to power into it, turn off the laser. Power into it, turn off the laser. It's just a little bit different control mechanism, but it's something that's, you know, you have to get used to. That's a good one, Powell. Had a lot of non-responsive scrolling, then all of a sudden power jumping too much. Yeah, I definitely am going to look into that. I've noticed a little bit of with that as well. I'm going to throw some of these on the Prospector. I'm going to keep a couple on my person. I still have the Bormax on my person as well. So remind me not to fly off without putting those in the ship. You know, it won't help much with server blips, but it helps overall. No, you're not. Yes, there's nothing that can help with the server blip. You're not wrong about that. Let's go ahead and take a look. We'll retrieve the Prospector. Now, the main change we've made here, right, is what's going on? What? Something's wonky. Something Star Citizens happened here. Okay, there we go.
Vehicle has been delivered to the following location.
Okay, let me out of here. I think it's at Hangar 4. Okay, cool. Let's head over there. I did swap out the Rieger C3 for the C2 because people are saying that the C3 is broke. So we'll check that out. One thing I consider an improvement is the laser power. Before it gets the green, I can find the right power and distance for scale and move up. Mabutu, you're not wrong. I do like it. Yeah, absolutely use distance to control laser power as well. Great tips, thank you. That is a very good tip. Hey, Pug Winner says, I never changed that window setting, but this patch, my scrolling is already massively much better. Ah, that's good to know. Getting a little sip of water here. Let's load up our vehicle a little bit. We want to throw these guys. We're bringing some firepower here. I've got a wave shift and a Bormax on my person. I've also brought some Akunis, and I brought some Sabirs as well. The Sabirs have the negative 50% resistance. They are going to make it a little more unstable. But I do have the Hofstad, so, you know, we'll just kind of deal with it. Short, you might can just Alt-Tab out real quick and change the mouse setting. Not sure. I don't want to try it midstream. You know, as you can imagine, I don't want to cause some interruption to the stream, but I will be doing it. I will kind of look into the setting right after the stream. I appreciate that. They change more Prospector. You need to look at it from the wrong angle, get some major torque inbound. Yeah, you're not wrong. Sartsy, C3 broke in what way? Good question, Sartsy. What people are saying is if you compare the results from the C2 to the C3, that the C2 seems to be working, like giving it additional power, and the C3 doesn't seem to be giving it additional power. That's what I've got both of them on my ship right now, and we could certainly do some testing if we needed to. But I'm going to take people at their word for just a second, just throw the C2 on and see if it acts differently. So we went to Calliope, you guys. I think where we're going to go now is I would like to hit, you know, Calliope. We definitely just the takeaway is there's lots of awesome gold rocks on Calliope. I mean, that's the takeaway. So Microtech, what the heck? Why can't I set? What's going on here? Oh, maybe I have to clear route. Oh, I had some weird route set. I didn't even know. Cool. So let's head to, we're going to head to Uterp next, I think. What the heck? What is going on? Clear route. Can I just set one to Microtech for now? Set route? Why is every route? Oh, it's not. It looks like it's going to Mike L5, but it's not. It's fine. It's just it's just being weird. Star Citizen doing Star Citizen things. Z Pilot says, well, Pug says I used to skip 5% with a single scroll, none at all. With this patch, I can adjust 1% at a time. I've noticed sometimes I can, sometimes I can't. Best thing I ever did was bind laser power to a throttle axis on the stick. Could probably, yeah. You know what? Starstreams, I noticed, was doing some, you know, kind of testing different pieces of kit, you know, for that type of stuff. And I probably should look into some secondary pieces as well. I still am okay with the mouse wheel. It works okay for me. It hasn't been a nuisance enough where I've thought about maybe a secondary piece of kit. But, you know, there are some wonderful ones out there. And I've heard people rave about being able to control it, you know, much finer. And it's definitely helpful. Maybe my window is setting as placebo then, if they did make a change. Yeah, it's hard to say. And a good call with placebo. I hauled most of the mining modules to one research station at Calliope so I don't lose them if I crash my Prospector. You know, Andreas, I did the same thing. I moved everything. I did a move all. And I'm not saying this to be a Debbie Downer. I did a move all, and then I logged in the next day, and everything that I'd moved there was gone. I probably lost, who knows, 800,000 worth of stuff. And it was there, I promise you, because I was in that system for about 10 minutes. Hello, Space Shores. How you doing? Hey, Ramoid, how are you, brother? Nice to see you. Welcome aboard. How you been? How you feeling? A few times when I had C3, I made my laser almost have no power. Lost a few good rocks. Put the C2 on and all as well. Yeah, well, I put the C2 on. We'll give it a try. Z-Pilot, I do the exact same thing. 100% control for laser control. Nice. Hey, Meanix, welcome to the channel. Nice to see you. Mesnix, sorry about that. Nice. How are you? Hey, son, how have you been, brother? Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. 47 likes, you guys. We're doing great. So far, here's the takeaway for today, just for some of you guys who are just joining. Calliope has lots of gold. Prospector mining gold, Mole mining gold, and Mike L2 has 9% plus gold. So that's our take. You know, we're in microtech today. We're kind of checking it. We're prospecting in the microtech systems. And we're going to kind of hit each place. We're going to spend, 15, 20 minutes at each place looking around. When we do find things that are like, say, an 11,000 gold mass rock, we're going to take a run at them. But for the most part, I'm just kind of trying to do some planetary surveys today. I think that's the right way to say it. I'm doing okay from the sound of it. You got over your blues, Ramoid. I was in a mood, yes. And my wife very graciously reminded me that I need to meet far more Van Halen than Pink Floyd. I'm sure you guys have heard me say that before. And so Van Halen's the order of the day, if you catch my drift. The Logitech Hero G502 mouse is a button which makes the mouse. See, that's exactly right, you guys. I have that exact mouse. The Logitech Hero G502, it actually has got like click, like you can press the button and instead of freewheeling, it will click, like click, click, click. And maybe that's why I am okay with the mouse wheel. Because I wouldn't use it freewheel. I definitely, the fact that it's got these incremental clicks is what makes it such a really, really nice, thing to use. And I love that mouse. It's my favorite mouse. I have them on all my computers. And so, yeah, I agree 100%. The 502, that click, the incremental click makes it a huge difference. And I never really thought to tell people that, John. That's a very, very wise thing to say because, that mouse does make a big difference in that capacity. Nice. I'm waiting to claim for my Prospector. I 30K last night. The show unknown this morning. No, you don't have to refit it. It's not like the old days. You get your stuff back. Razer MMO Extreme. I love my mouse wheel. Yeah, that's awesome. The Razer Naga Pro had a scroll wheel configurations in the software, so you can customize the scrolling as well. That's what I think we're saying more than anything is it's the customizable scrolling that's the thing. Hey, 50! I don't know that I've hit 50 likes, you guys, in less than an hour before. Thank you so much. That's so kind of all of you. Honestly, that's a wonderful thing. Especially, I dropped a grumpy video last night. I said to Jody, I'm like, I don't know, we'll see if anybody will show up. I was in a mood yesterday. I'm so happy you're all here. Naga Pro myself says skeet. Mesnick says, oh, nice. I thought it defaulted. All right, let's see if we can get on I would like to get on the other side of the planet here to get into the sun a little. There's Buds. We'll go ahead and hit OM3 over here for a sec, and then maybe we'll just fly down in a random place. Have a little fun with it like that. Let's do that. All right, we're definitely on the light side of the planet. And let's just kind of grab the center of Euterp. Now that's the, we're going to do this. And in we go. And we'll just kind of head on in this way, and we'll continue chatting. Hey, Pyro, how you been? I rented the Fury to give it a bit of a fly around to check it out, but I did not buy it. Even though the price is reasonable for what it is. How much is it, by the way? I never did look at the cost of it. So I bought a Pisces instead. And, I love the medical Pisces, Ramoin. I don't know if that's the variant you got, but I love that ship. I think it's great. Hey, V, Justin Sall 319. Any tips on meta or mining? Pyro, I am liking the Hofstede S1 for the Prospector. Right, and I do recommend a Rieger C3, but right now it's considered broken, so maybe go with the Rieger C2. Also, the Helix with FLTR-XLs is a very good meta as well. So I hope that kind of at least get you started as far as laser choice. I'm looking for a USB knob that can be bound, but very You know, it's funny. There is a Stream Deck has that new Stream Deck out that has a ribbon on it too. I was wondering how that would work. It was a realistic, honest video. It was. I was honest. I was grumpy for sure. And the thing is, you guys, one of the things you're going to learn about me is if I'm grumpy, you're going to know. I mean, I don't want to hide things from you guys, but I also don't want to be, you know, no one wants to come to a stream and hear somebody go rah, 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 and be all sad. So there's no point in that. We just gotta, you know, Moonraker says, come on, people, 14 more likes, we can get them to 69. I'm just gonna preface that with nice, Moonraker. That's awesome. Last night's video had dark vibe in my guy. Glad you recovered. Yeah, it did have a bit. There was a touch of dark in there. I'm being a little more pink, a little more Van Halen than Pink Floyd today. I figure if you're gonna buy a Fury, save $20 more and get an arrow. Probably not a bad idea. The arrows are good. The arrow's my jam. I love the arrow. I spent an uncomfortable amount yesterday. Dear, do you think the medical Pisces is going? Oh, I wonder if it is zero cool. Hey, Senpai says, how about a helix with a focus and a rigger? Do you know what, Senpai? Give it a try. Give everything a try. Good setup, in my opinion, Senpai. What rocks you recommend mining in the Halo? I hear gold is somewhat bad. Yeah, well, there's the top tier ones, right, are Terranite, Gold, Bexalite, and Quantanium Pyro. Those are your top tier ones. V, do you know you can put the mole bag on the Prospector and go from 32 to 48 SCU? Yeah, I did know that. We were talking about it a little earlier, son. That's awesome. The Fury does a lot of damage, really hard to see, and hit 3K. Yeah, EM signature. Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, they're tiny. I did not buy a medical Pisces. I bought one with the Invictus paint job and the Furies. Yeah, oh, it's $50, 50 pounds. Gotcha. Senpai, I've been using that and it's good. That's awesome. Everyone is suggesting a Helix with a Rigger C2. Give it a try. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I think it's fine. Might just give that a shot. I think, listen, do some experimenting. I like the Hofstad because I'm a secondary brake guy. But I definitely understand why people are worried about the bigger rocks. Hey, look at there's Phenom. Hey, Phenom, how have you been? Nice to see you. Skeet says, I don't like the flashing lights on the arrow. That's reasonable. Phenom says, first time using the mole and went balls to the wall. Going down to a planet went splat. Yeah, no, that thing does, Phenom, the mole is a brick with, it's a brick with engines. You got to be careful with that guy. You're not the only one who's done that. I almost did that on a mining night one night. I almost belly flopped it with a full load of guys, and I was a regular pilot with it. You know, I know what you mean. You can absolutely, that can happen. Borace barrel and everything that ends in ite also take gold and diamonds. I haven't seen diamonds yet in the game, Andreas, but you're not wrong. Those are your mid tiers: Borace barrel, and then of course there's a lot of different ites. But of course, Bexalite and Terranite are top tier. Laranite, and Hephaestonite, and those are more mid tier, mid range. But and so there's two schools of thought: cherry picking top tier, or doing more of your mid tier, but being but mining more heavily and just being faster return trips. And both of those I think are reasonable positions. Red Monster Gaming is really a comprehensive guy. I agree with this. What Took saying is Red Monster's got a great video out right now on mining stuff. I definitely suggest everybody watch that. I'm sure most people already know. It is a great guide. Didn't mean to say deer, sorry. Zero, no problem. I thought, this kind of nice of Zero. He calls me deer. No problem, see? Oh, that's awesome, Zero. I have lawn darted them all. Yeah. I haven't come across diamond yet either. Yeah. Mark Buser, welcome to the channel. Tempted to pick up a mole, but most of the time I fly in solo, have a prospector. The one thing I will say, though, I don't know if you've ever done any solo mole mining, Mark. It is nice to have some of the extra wiggle room. A little more tedious, but it can be done. Anyways, let's go ahead and see what we're finding here on... we're going to start looking around here. We are on Euterpe. That's a 1770. I don't have full control. Look how beautiful. That is Clio over there on the horizon. Absolutely love Euterpe. What do we got here? We got, there's a 9600. I'm going to fly to the biggest one. There's an 1840. And there's a 1770. So here's our cluster. Let's go back over to the 9600. I'll pop that guy There we go. I'll go ahead and long scan it. I'll get myself a rock icon. There we go. And I'll move in towards it. LOL is trying to land an RL1 in the mole and forgot the VTOL. Oh, yeah, you'll belly flop on the... Yes, you got to turn on the VTOLs if you're going into any gravity area. He got a cheat sheet online. That's awesome. I think if we're talking about red, prefer the mining over the getting frustrated while searching and cherry picking. And that's, Andres, I definitely can understand that for sure. Stan Powell says, LOL, same Matt. Ramon says, mine what you can, where you can, and sell where you can as much as you can. That's probably just fantastic advice. Any credence to the guy that swapped his Prospector ore bags to the moon? Yes, Phenom. Many people are reporting. You go to 48 SCU, and it'll actually live through. It will live through retrieve. It won't live through claim. It will live through store and retrieve. But yeah, and maybe I don't. I definitely need to mess with that myself. I haven't done it myself, but people are saying it's an absolute thing. You can get the 48 SCU in your Prospector. I got spare computer and alt account and still don't want mole mining. Well, I tried that once upon a time myself. Now there's a nice Laranite rock. Of course, that would be one that Andreas would go right after if he could. I think the mass was probably a touch high on that. This is Corundum, or Conundrum, as I like to mispronounce many times. That's a picker right there. That's a picker. It's so weird the picker sizes sometimes, are so variable. But that is 33% Laranite. So we're seeing a lot of Laranite so far, on UTERP. And that's something to make note of, where we're seeing lots of gold on Calliope, Corundum and Hephaestonite there. And what do we have here? LOL mining requires front. You know what? I'm going to tell you guys, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with solo mole mining, but the mole is exponentially funner when you have a couple guys who are on board, who know what they're doing, and it's just like I've said to you guys before. The other night, Macedon, Luke, and I went mining. It was an absolute blast. If you can get a couple guys on board a mole mining has never been in a better place, and it ain't even close. Care to explain the signal numbers again, Space? Well, they're not obviously if it's a 620 mass, that's a gem. It's not as precise as it used to be, Smoothie. It's one of those things where you just happen to know if it's a high number that it's probably going to be a lot of rocks. There isn't really fixing a whole lot. Like if it's a 1900 versus 1750 or something, there's not. It's hard to say. There's but I'm just using it right now. Like a 10,740, I know is a bunch of rocks, right? That's the kind of there's but you do know gems are divisible by 650. JP says, hey there, first time viewer here, loving the stream. I chose the Prospector as my starter ship and couldn't be happier with the decision. Appreciate all the great mining info and tips, very helpful. JP, thank you so much. I hope you like and sub. Come back and hang out with us. All we do is Prospector mine lots of times. Here on this channel, we do it a lot. And so, come hang out and come share any of your story. Hey, Clive, how are you? Nice to see you, dude. What's happening? That's a nice rock. That wasn't a bad rock at all. I'm doing really good, Clive. How have you been, dude? It more or less creeps up. Yep. Young Smooth says, got it. Yeah, there used to be a pretty, like where you almost could put it on a chart what the numbers meant, but you can't really do that anymore. It's not as static as it used to be. The Burrito Bandit. Love that name, by the way. Welcome to the channel. Divisible by 620. That's gems for sure. Thank you, Burrito. That's awesome. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Not a name I recognize. I'm sure I'd remember that one. I'm going to give that one a clap, Burrito Bandit. Skeet says 07 again, Clive. Hey, Skeet's giving you a salute, Clive. If I could only have one ship to start with, definitely choose a Prospector. I don't disagree with that still. I know that I have been, sad-hatted a bit yesterday, but I love my Prospector. Yeah, damn server lag just knocked my modules off. Oh no, that's crazy. All right, what do we got here? We got Corundum and Hephaestonite. Okay, that's not what we're looking for. But nice to know it's there. What do we got there? Here's a 2900 mass rock. This is probably going to be Beryl. Yeah, but you can use, a lot of times Beryl has got some instability to it. That's interesting. With the right people, you can solve the world's problems in a mole chin wagging. You're not wrong. I know for a fact over beers we've solved the world's problems a couple times in the mole. It's just we 30K'd and couldn't bring the answer back. Right, Ramoy? Oh, it's so funny. Okay, that's a barrel picker right there. I call it purple rocks that you can just scoop without breaking. I'm calling them pickers. There's a 13,000 mass rock with corundum and gold. Once again, very nice gold rock here. It's a 30% gold rock with a 13,000 mass. I'm going to go down. We've got the Rieger C2 on this time. We're going to go down. We're going to put it in range and see if we can crack this guy. I'm not expecting to be able to, but we're going to give it one hell of a... I can tell you right now, the one thing that just happened different than what's been happening with my Rieger C3 is I just watched the green optimal window open. The Rieger C3 wasn't doing that. The C3, it was a weird thing. I kept waiting for the optimal window to open, and it never did. So let's go. Oh, I'm a little too... Let's go back to optimal here. I don't know that I can put any energy into this thing, but we're going to try. It's a nice mass rock. It's 30% gold. 13.3. 30K, the world solution. Well, I like that response. Awesome. Yeah, try. I'm going to give it a... We're gonna try. It doesn't look like I'm able to, but that's okay, you guys. Now let's think about this. We've got a 20% resistance, right? So we've got some ammo on board. This is a crackable rock, right? We should be able to work the problem. So let me turn this off. Let me do this. I'm gonna go M. Let me pull in the mining laser. Let's put down the gear. I think I can actually just honestly, just right behind this rock. It looks like it's enough room for me to land. We're going to take a look at our inventory of stuff. Let me pull these down here just to be a little more stable. I think this is a fine place to put her down. See how we're sitting? I like it. You know what? This game is awesome. I mean, I know that... This game... I mean, look at the heck. Look at that. All right. Hold on. I'm getting lost. Okay, so we've got options. We've got Sabir, 6.3 SC of gold there. Yeah, well, that's... Heck yeah, man. Well, we're going to go after all 6 of that. So, here we got... I think the right choice... It might be the Sabir, right? Yeah, it's going to make it pretty unstable. We also have the wave shift, which is going to... You know, we've got to do something here. How do you turn that engine? Oh, Saf, that's just K. That's just that is just rotating the VTOLs. You got this. This is why mining is so good. And that's yeah, Ganja, nice to see you. Welcome to the channel. Banam says K. All right, well, we got the Okunis as well. Let's look at the Okunis. It's got a negative 20% charge cluster modifier, which isn't great. 50%, and then the optimal charge window rate is 100%. I sent you a link in Discord with loads of info for mine. Thank you, Moon. That's very kind of you. K is the keybind for VTOL. It is. Good news, V. I'm picking up an upgradable PC next month. Hey, everybody give Chris a salute. Chris has been a long time member of the channel. Has been talking about getting on Star Citizen for a long time. And I can't wait for Chris to come on board. That's awesome, Chris. I am so proud and happy for you, man. As soon as you get in game, you let me know. We're gonna go have some fun together, for sure. Okay, so I've got a Bormax. I've got some options. The Bormax has got negative 70 instability. I've got to bring that resistance down. I mean, I think that's really the key. So it really does seem like my best bet is gonna be the Sabir. It's gonna increase the instability. But I think that's going to be our best bet. So let me go ahead and turn around here. I'm going to take this guy off, put it back in the inventory. I am going to load this Sabir. I'm going to equip this guy. We're going to try the Sabir. Okay, let's go out there and see if we can give it the old college try. Yeah, Saf, there is a Discord. It's the Explorers League Discord. Yeah, isn't that awesome, Mass for Chris? I know. I'm so happy for you, Chris. I mean it, brother. I'm super happy for you, dude. It's so cool that it's something that you've wanted to have for a while. I'm really happy for you, brother. All right, let's try and get this Sabir on here, right? Okay, hold on. I want to put it at a good angle. I like it. Pluck. Perfect. Our estimated survival. What? Put it on there, guy. What the heck? Stop being weird. Click. You can do it. Don't come back in my hand. All right. What? Look how little. What? These things are. Why is it so tiny? Ow. What the heck? Oh, it's so small. What? Oh my gosh, it's on the rock that time. It's getting smaller. Look at that, you guys. It's so... Usually I have this problem when I go in cold water. Just kidding. It's horrible. I'm so sorry. What the heck is going on? How small can we make that little guy? No way. How am I supposed to tune that thing? What? Give me a break. Mini gadget. What the hell? That's so ridiculous. I can't wipe the tears out of my eyes. Holy shit, that's so funny. Oh my god. Oh, holy shit. Oh my. I'm 30K. Oh boy. That's Star Citizen doing Star Citizen things right there. Oh, you guys, that is funny right there. I was gonna try and pull it off and store it. Oh my gosh, that is so funny. Holy crap. Oh, sometimes you need a good laugh, and I tell you what, that is a good laugh right there. That was funny. I am going to have so much fun with that. Bacon Actual, you're not wrong. I'm going to go back in that stream. I'm going to actually make one hell of a funny, I'm going to make one hell of a funny short with that. There we go. That is funny. The joys of Star Citizen. Exactly, Jug. You're not wrong, brother. Oh, you guys, that was really good. I'm going to have a sip of coffee here. Delicious coffee. Wow, that was too good. I don't know that I've ever seen that before. Don't do it quickly, if I spark and explode. Yeah, at least it gave you a fit of giggles. Oh, absolutely. Holy smokes, Ramon. That was a belly laugh if I've ever had one. That was worth a 30K. It was, Chris, for sure. Just imagine what Hawks Gaming would have said if he pulled out a micro gadget. Oh, I know. Hawks is so funny, for sure, Stan. He'd have nailed it. Wow, that was hilarious. No, I'm going to go back and... That's a short. That's a wonderful short waiting to happen right there. All right, so we've gone to Calliope, right? And we found nice gold. Tell you what, we found a hell of a nice gold rock on Euterpe as well. So, we're just kind of... And guys, one thing I want to say... Hey, Kojak, how you doing? Nice to see you. How you been? Yeah, I was in a mood yesterday, Kojak. We're just working the problem, brother. That's what we're up to. Inspector Gadget goes nanotech. Oh my, yeah. Well, maybe I got lucky and I kept that Sabir too. We'll have to see. With it being a 30K. Now they're calling for a 30K on this server. Hold on. Pretty 30K-ish for sure. Let me go ahead and get this ship pulled.
Welcome.
Or at least claimed.
Retrieval system.
And then we are on Euterpe. So we'll go to Cleo next, right? So I'm going to go ahead and claim this guy, I think. It seems a little slow. Kojak, how you been, man? The plan is just to keep kind of, I've talked to a lot of people, Kojak, since then. A lot of people are talking about, maybe doing more mid-tier resources and just kind of a lot more trips back and forth. We're going to continue to keep working the problem. I think is really the issue. Inspector Gadget goes nanotech. Oh my! I think I broke from those server lags and repairs. Might do some salvage until I have millions to spare. Fair enough, Andreas. You're not wrong. Prob on back end at least it's hot enough so you can cook racks of brother. Yeah, you might be on the same server. I might be on the same server. Huh?
Goodbye.
Are they? I wonder if it's their 30K and then recovering, and then you're going right back on the same ones.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
I could jump to a different region if we felt like I needed to.
Welcome to the
Why does it say destroyed now? It wasn't destroyed. Oh my goodness. I don't know. Well, I decided to sell some gadgets as well as 30K. Maybe you can't see them, but trust me, they're actually out there. Nice. It's really cold on there. Yeah, it is very cold.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle retrieval system.
Havoc saying so far 30Ks have cost me 280K. I hear what he's saying. I don't like the... Oh, it does... Now it says unknown. Now it says... All right, let's expedite.
Your insurance claim has been sent. Thank you.
All right.
Please visit us again.
Now I'm going to show you guys something funny. A couple of... Like, I literally had 5 million. I'm just going to show you guys this. I had a... It's not quite 5 million when 319 went live. Look what I have now. 1.2. I've lost millions trying to mine here in the last few days. So, just lots of 30Ks, lots of things. It's happening. At some point, I'll be doing bunkers for money. I can't make any money mining. I'm good. We bought 2 Furies last night. Nice, Kojak. 1 of each for ticket A, 1 Spirit. Yep. Tried salvaging 30K every time on the way back to sell out. 3 trips, 1 back to mining. Yeah, well, yeah, lots of 30Ks right now for sure. After 30K, a game tries to return you to the previous shard. Oh, that's interesting, Mabutu. And good to know. I probably should. Maybe I should server hop. You know what I mean? Or maybe even region hop one time to kind of shake it up. I had a CTD, which actually had me back in my ship when I relogged back in. I thought only 30K had protection enabled. 30K protection's not working really good right now, Ramoy. What did the Rock say to the shrinking Sabir? Well, I guess you're not excited to see me. You're not wrong. I feel that I went from 2.8 to 5K exploring mining. Crouch, I know, man. That's what I'm saying. You know, I am losing money mining. Mining isn't for the poor at the moment. You're not wrong. Yesterday was mining on the dark side of the moon. LOL. No, it's true. I mean, I will tell you, you know, and don't get me wrong. I've sent some people some money. I've done a few things here and there. I'm not saying it's all just been losses, you know. But my normal lifestyle is I can no longer support Star Citizen mining. I think I got to come to terms with that. I've been running bunkers tonight to get back to 1 million. That might be me, Crouch. I might be joining you. I had a salvage spot where I always guaranteed to find some a Pirate Saurus C2 without them already be broke. Nice, Andreas. Yeah, changing region is the only way to ensure you're changing servers. Yeah, you're not wrong. I think I will.
Please visit us again. Welcome.
I think I will wait for this thing to get here. I think I will go ahead and go back to menus and jump a region. Just to kind of shake the meta a little bit. Who's got the 30K counter this stream? Yeah, that's a very good idea. I should have a 30K counter. I have no room to moan about the 300K I lost in new mining. Sorry, Spacey. No problem, Mobutu. It's fine. You know, I was trying laser heads and trying things, and I would 30K, and sometimes I'd get them back, and most of the time I'd get them back. Sometimes I wouldn't. You know, some mole stuff, you know. Hey, Ramoy, thank you so much for stopping in. It's good to see you, brother. Take care of yourself. I hope you're feeling good. You know, definitely think about you from time to time. I hope that you're doing well, and we'll see you around the way. In the background, when V pulled out that little gadget, that boy needs some milk. He did need some milk. Hey, V, when might you do a mole run? Need a pasture? Jazzy, yeah, I mean, maybe later tonight. I don't know if you'd be interested. You know, hit me up on Discord. I'd maybe do some mole mining tonight. Need to make a few bucks. I'm on an Aussie server ATM. Nice, Andreas. I'm going to wait for this guy to I'm just waiting for this guy to get through its delivery phase. So, and then I think I am going to jump servers. So, okay, now it's considered stored. Hey, Phenom. Thank you, sir. That's very kind of you. I appreciate that. Welcome aboard. Okay, so we are going to jump servers. All right, I saved up and bought a cat in-game every time I load a 30K or CTD, lost 3 million. So, Toa, I feel you, brother. Welcome, Phenom. Thank you, Nate. That's very kind of you to welcome a new member aboard. I'm going to jump servers, you guys. Let's do that. I'm just going to go back to menu. I'm going to jump regions, so I know I'm in a different server cluster. And we're just going to see if, it may not be any better, but you know what? We'll give it a try. I've had a couple of 30K so far, so we'll hit the persistent universe. Let's think about, we'll hit EU first and just enter. But that's definitely getting us in a different server group. A little water, a little coffee. So we've gone to Calliope, gold. We've seen a lot of gold. We also seen some nice Terranite on Calliope. We've seen we've seen some Laranite on Euterpe. We weren't on Euterpe for that long. But we did also find a nice gold cluster on Euterpe as well. So we're going to hit Clio next. After that, we're going to hit Microtech, and then we'll start, depending on the time left, we'll start hitting the air and like the HURL2, like Mike L2B, Mike L2A. Maybe we'll fly over to Mike L1 and fly out to the rocks that are out there where they do Xeno threat. We still, the most important thing that I was doing today is Planetary survey, right? That was kind of the goal, was just kind of seeing what's what. Because on Mike L2, there's that plus 9% gold, and that's, plus, very good Vexilite as well. So, good stuff. Anyways, micro mining gadgets, get a like. Thank you, Tup. Would running the kick out of the illegal prospectors missions be good for getting mining parts for minimal investment? Do they still have those missions, Mark? Somebody had said that they had nerfed those, or they weren't as many prospectors in them. But you're not wrong. I do wonder if, I might do that one night. Blow up a few of those, see if you can run that mission, and see if they have different, loadouts on them. That'd be awesome. What if you could get some different mining heads off of them and stuff? That would be fantastic. I would definitely do that. I remember I felt so bad. I did that mission one time, and I couldn't find, the goal. So I must have killed 50 or 60 prospectors. It's like, this is gonna be bad karma, And so you can, it was so funny. It's like, how many prospectors will come after you? It's like, it's a graveyard out here. I saw death 30 of them. I spent 3 hours a day last trying to understand the new meta and only mined about 36 SU of mixed stuff, mostly Vexilite. Sold at Orson for 280K. It matters where you sell. That's a really good point, Mabutu, and one I haven't really gotten to. I mean, that's, I literally haven't gotten to the point where I've gotten enough of a load to haul in, where I'm where I need to concern myself with that next part of it, which is where do I take this stuff to sell it? It's an excellent question. For sure. So, anyways, holy smokes, was that funny with that little... If not anything, I'll tell you what, that made my day. The fact that Severe got tinier and tinier. I'm gonna have the most fun with that, making that short today. It's gonna be that's a blast. All right, so let's take a look here. What do we got? We still have the Prospector. This should have the Atlas drive on it still. I did put an Atlas drive on here. We have the Hofstad and we have the Rieger C2 module. On my person, I do have a wave shift, and I'll check on inside the ship before we take off that I have. I don't know if you lose your inner cargo or not. We're gonna find out. And of course that's one of those things. So let me retrieve this guy.
Vehicle selected. Stand by.
And see how this guy goes. We're going to head over to Clio this time and do some looking around at rocks. And then we're going to hit Microtech after that, and then we'll go from there. So we'll just have to see how this goes. A lot of 30Ks today, no big deal. Planetary survey was mostly what I was up to today anyways. I'm looking for, I'm actually kind of prepping for more of a mole, do more mole mining in this area, and bringing that stuff back to Mike L2. So that's kind of has been my goal a little bit with today, is kind of doing some planetary survey work. I haven't been able to get reliably on 319, so I'm not sure on those missions and whether they nerfed or not. Will be one of those first things I try. It's a really excellent question, Mark. I mean, I think it's an excellent question. Is can you, and what Mark's talking about is there are those evict evil miners type missions where the only thing that attacks you is prospectors over and over again. And if you can soft death those, what can you recover that you might be able to put on your actual prospector? It's a great question. Barrel sold for $2,800 on Orson, $2,800 or $2,600 on Orville. Mary T, $2,400 in New Babbage, for example. Oh, that's a significant difference. You're not wrong. I had a strong mix of Vex and Terra and Agresium and other stuff. Did the math on New Babbage, Orson, Lorville, and 18 was about 2% better over the span of the 7 different ores I mined. That's a nice cross-reference, man. I appreciate that. That's good stuff. Is this guy over here? Oh boy. Is this thing considered out?
To the ASOP vehicle
Let's find out.
system.
Prospector. It says
Your
it's.
vehicle
Oh,
has been delivered to the force.
okay. I didn't. It was over there. It was at Hangar 4. Cool. No problem. Let's jump on Hangar 4. Let's go look and see what we have. So Cleo's next on the list of places we're gonna go take a look at. I know small sample sizes on Calliope and Uterp, but man, Uterp was beautiful. And of course, you know, we did get this. We did get the shrinking Sabir. That's awesome. It'd be funny to make a shirt that had like a tiny little Sabir on it, but only us 70 who are here would know. Yeah, look at that, you guys. Hold on. Hoping that there's stuff in here. It's being a little wonky. I'm gonna give it a second, see if it. I am curious if I still have all that, you know, all those gadgets with me or not. Because if I don't, then I've got to remember to keep them in my backpack. No wins in Uterp. You know what, Phenom? There's no question that the Microtech moons still are a little blustery. You know, but yeah, 0%. Look at that, you guys. So that's the one thing when you do have to kind of claim your vehicle inventory is not, you know. So yeah, there go. You know, this is how you kind of what I was talking about. How you lose money mining right now. You just, it is what it is. I mean, no big deal. We'll deal with it. I don't have anything on my back. I have this one wave shift. I will equip that. I'm not going to run down and grab anything more for now. I have to save enough money to at least kit my mole out. You know? And so I will do that. Cool. All right, Spawn and Batman, welcome to the channel. If you ever get kicked to the desktop, you know, I have not gotten a lot of CTVs lately. I had to up my page file. I'm hoping that fixes it. It might have spawned. By the way, welcome to the channel. Nice to see you. But no, I haven't had a whole lot of CTVs. That being said, you know, I've definitely had my share of other issues. But I have heard that messing around with page file does help sometimes. It's you know, good thing. So all right, so here we go. We have gone to Calliope and we've gone to Uterp. Now we're headed to Cleo. I always think of Miss Cleo. That I don't know if you guys remember Miss Cleo from. It was like a, you know, like a somebody who would like tell your fortune on the phone or whatever. They always had these. They were always advertising like. It was like a Jamaican accent lady. She always wanted to like call her an 800 number or whatever, or 900 number to get yourself a fortune. Let's get you out. Call me now, exactly, Omega. You know what I'm talking about. That's awesome. All right, so we certainly have found very good gold on Calliope, good gold on Uterp. We found mole gold. We found prospector gold. 14K mass and 13K mass gold rocks are definitely doable. You'd probably want to have the Helix and the XTRs on there for that. And so Coming now. Yeah, Smoothie. That's awesome. I know. I can hear it in my head, Smoothie, what you're up to. On my Fury trespassing runs last night, they impounded my spacesuit. What? Hey, that's crazy. That shit would cost me more than 30K. What the heck? They took the shirt off your back when they impounded it, eh? They're like, we're furious. That's funny, Nate. What? Put on this orange jumpsuit. That's awesome. Oh, you guys, has been funny. $65 likes today. We're doing great. The fake Jamaican fortune teller who was really from Detroit. Yes, exactly, Mabutu. Miss Cleo was definitely from Detroit. And I live in Michigan, so I definitely... Hey, Astro, what's up, dude? Nice to see you. How you been, brother? You know, so yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. Miss Cleo. But I think she got in trouble for that. Now that I'm starting to think about it more, I think that... Well, didn't she get sued for that or something? It seems like there was something. Something happened with that. There was a lawsuit. They took my tidy whities. That's hilarious. Tolga's giving Astro the rock horns. Nice. All right. We're headed over to Cleo. We've hit Calliope, found good gold. We've hit Uterp, found good gold. Also, there was good... It's important to know there was good Terranite on Calliope as well. You know, if you go back and look, there was a couple of really nice... high mass Terranite, like mole Terranite rocks, which are, you know, right in the wheelhouse. I mean, Bexelite, Terranite, right? Gold and Quantanium. I remember her fraud trial. There you go. Yeah, Skeets LOL. Do Q-type asteroids not? They exist, Astro. There are Q-types, but they don't have Quantanium. You know, I've seen, you know, and I've also seen rocks that are actual like C-types that have the look of Quantanium rocks, but they don't have Quantanium. Quantanium is pretty rare. Now, guys, I am finding more Quantanium on Yella and Selin. So if you're interested in still looking for Quantanium, Yella and Selin, definitely it's there. I'm, just trying to be as honest as possible about that. I will head over towards Rayari Cantwell, and we'll see if we're in the sunshine over that way. What a shame, no paint for the mole. Yeah, I lost all my stuff. I did a move all with all my stuff, and I lost all my paints and everything for until the next time they do a wipe. Yeah, still in the dark over this way. Huh. I named mine Guacamole. I wish it was green. S-types, yeah. S-type Saf says. Nice. Alright, hold on. Let's find is this what I think it is? Is that an OM marker? It is. Alright, let's climb out of here. I am going to go ahead and try and get myself up to max speed. The only quant I've seen in 319 was in rocks that were unbreakable for prospectors. I actually did haul in 5 or 6 SCU of Quantanium. I did find one that I could break, and I mined it. But it's only been one. And I think I ended up with 5 or 6 SCU of Quantanium, which actually ended up being quite a bit of money. So that wasn't bad. I'm looking at this OM marker here. Oh, yeah, I'm actually almost to the point where I can reach it. As soon as one of those reds go yellow at the very bottom of the screen, I should be good to turn and... But no, there is, on Yella and on Selin, I definitely have found... There we go. I definitely have found Quantanium, both in mole mineable and in prospector mineable amounts. It's very rare, though. And there's tons of agricium on Yella. You're a lot of times you're just like, wow, there's a lot of agricium on Yella. Okay, I don't want to go in the big lake, I don't think. That's kind of a lake-ish area. Let's fly down towards the edge. Let's go towards this big mountain thing here. Let's do that. We'll fly down this way. And we'll fly towards the sun. Yeah, that's exactly right. big old mountain right here. We'll head down towards it. All right, we'll turn this off. Let me just kind of see it up. And in we go. All right, I'm still searching for a carbon edition mole. Oh, Stan, I would, you know, if that ever came up, I might bite the bullet and do the same thing, sir. I know what you mean. I don't know that they're ever going to do the carbon edition mole again. You know, I just don't think it's the thing. But, you know, you never know, though. So with mining changes, is this a nerf to the Odyssey? Doesn't the Odyssey have a Prospector-sized mining head? Well, that's an interesting point, Mark. I thought it was a size 2 head on the Odyssey, but is it a size 1? I came across a 2 SEU Quant Picker, very first time in 319, over 40K. I think it sold for. Yeah, those pickers are nice, and you can occasionally find them. I found some big clusters of Quant on Lyria, but they were low, 2 to 4%. It's funny, Mark, Matt. I have been on Lyria a bunch, and boy, I'll tell you what. If you want, what is it? I think Borace is crazy on Lyria. Like, if you wanted Borace, man, you could get that stuff all day long. Like, where a lot of people have been talking about, you know, doing like going mid-tier and doing lots and lots of runs. The Borace is strong on Lyria, if I recall. Want the right side of the light from OM1 to stay in the daytime. Yep, you're not wrong about that. I like they changed the volatile timer to 25 minutes. I like that change too, Sap. Especially now that you really can be thinking about the refinery you want to haul it to. I don't disagree with that at all. I 100% agree with it. You know, so I definitely did not want to go on the big icy lake here. So we're heading down towards this mountain, and we're just going to kind of continue on. We'll stay on a heading of like 130-ish, you know, between 125 and 130, and head up that way as soon as we're kind of low enough. I really do like coming down in just kind of different parts of the planet or the moon as well. Just random areas. I do think that that's a good way to do planetary surveys as well. So let me go ahead and turn this part of it off because we're about to hit atmosphere. There we go. I did kind of kill the... All right, let me just kind of belly up. That'll help slow us down some. All right, we're going to be just fine here. What are your thoughts on the gray market? Would SIG ban me, assuming I didn't get scanned? I don't think they'll ban you, Stan. I guess I don't... There's lots of people who have used the gray market before. I think that's... You know, I don't know that I have... The thing... I always am a little, I guess, sketched out about a lot of money. Okay, it is a size 2 mining laser. Yeah, I thought it was, Mark, but, you know, I definitely could be wrong. And that's so thank you for checking on that. Still, though, you know, it's a good... You know, it was an excellent question. I'm trying to figure out which lasers and consumables to put on my mole. Well, I'll tell you, Astro. I can just give you the, you know, like the other night I flew in one that had a helix in the center. So that was kind of the power breaker. On the starboard side, there was an arbor, as a matter of fact. And on the port side, there was a Hofstad. Now, I think that I might think myself would be more helix in the center. Impact on the starboard, Hofstad on the port. The problem is you definitely need a Hofstad for secondary. It makes a huge difference on secondary brakes. I think a Hofstad is an absolute must on a mole right now. That's my own opinion. Different people may feel differently. I might be willing to risk it for the biscuit. Fair enough, Stan. The risk of the gray market is disreputable sellers can claim the ship was stolen and get it removed from your account. That's exactly right, Mark. Now, you know, and you might check, maybe there's a mark to say, like, who's reputable and who's not, like eBay. I definitely would look to see if there is that kind of stuff, though. I bought a few CCUs on eBay. Nice, Astro. Stan Powell, no risk, no reward. Yep, well, there's a good point, Skeet. I never use the gray market. If something goes wrong, it's your loss, no safety net. Yeah, I'm a safety net kind of guy, too. But that's not to discourage anybody from using the gray market. If that's, you know, I'm okay. I don't have a problem. That it exists or whatever, you know. All right, what do we have here? Ooh, 11,520. I like it. What do we have here? 9,200. What do we have here? 1,800. And just out of curiosity, what's back towards the lake? 1,800. All right, so we got a couple of nice clusters to look at. Let's head down towards this biggest one. We'll kind of do our thing here. There they are. 5 beautiful diamond icons. We will head on in. I am going to trim my speed down. Just a touch. Good old U-turn. Now we definitely want our, we still want to be heading in that between 125 and 130 ultimately. We're going to look at these 2 clusters before we turn back and head in that direction. Star Hangar tends to be fairly reputable, but there's some still risk involved. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Find a reputable, I like that idea. Find somebody reputable, for sure. Wow, how pretty is this, by the way? They should be right down here. Yeah, there. And I miscounted. I see more than I thought that there was. That's awesome. Let's see what we got. So we started on a Calliope, we went to Uterp, and now we're on Cleo. This is Cleo that we're on now. There are subscriber mole paints. The Aphorite is nice. Yeah, I have that Aphorite paint. Like I said, I lost all my paints in a move all bug. But, hey, Cosmo, welcome to the channel. Hey, Shorts, would you say the Prospector mining is still really worth it? You know what? It has its place. I think the 419, if I'm just honest, I think it's kind of the, it's a mole miner's game. But I do think that there's nothing wrong with prospecting. They got, it'll be a lot better too once they kind of fix the 30Ks. We got a lot of 30Ks right now. Stability is a real problem. I think once that's in a better place, I think we'll be in better shape. Let's see here. On mine, I have an Impact 2 in the center, a Helix 2 on the starboard side, and a Lancet 2 on the port side. Oh yeah, the Lancet, I guess it would be is a nice thing to have on the mole as well. It probably with that, all right, so I'm shooting this rock, but I'm not really getting any details. Let's go look at rock number 2. Sometimes if you shake it up. John says, I've tried to prospect mine. Asteroids didn't want to spawn in, just cool icons. Yeah, I'm hitting that a little bit here. Bought the paints, make me feel like a poser, LOL. Fair enough. That's so funny. All right, we're not seeing a whole lot here. As far as these rocks go, I'm going to go ahead and start hitting them with the laser. I wonder if these are straight ghost rocks. Let me go in and put my nose in on it. Let's see what we got. You can see that if you look where you can see when I shoot, you can see like it's hitting down there. But here when I shoot the rock, it's not. So let's just give it a second, see if it just kind of... These are ghosting right now. These are 100% ghosting. Watch, if I fly in here, more than likely it's not going to bump. Yeah, you can see they're ghosting. All right, no problem. Let's go ahead and I'll see if I can get either of these other ones to pop here. Ghosting for sure. Ghosting for sure. Okay, now I think it was over this way. If I go ahead and there was that other cluster. There we go. This should be around the 9,000 cluster or something. There's the 1,800. Oh, is this that? No, there's the 9,200. Okay, let's go ahead and look at that guy. We'll go ahead and take a look at these rocks and see if they're acting any better. I heard that Sitting Sea checks for ghost rocks. That's awesome, Nate. You definitely would check for ghost rocks that way. Melt your paints, and buy them back, pretty painless. Oh, I didn't think about that. That's a good idea. I think it was Mr. Azai, good, just a really awesome guy. He actually bought me the Aphorite paint for my mole, and I've always been just a great dude. Actually seen him around yesterday, I think. So good to see him for sure. All right, let's see if we get anything over here. Kind of getting some ghost rocks going here on All right. Servers have backend problems. Yeah, Hammy, you're not wrong. There's definitely some backend problems with them. Yep, we're not getting... These are ghosted for sure. Alright. And I did come down in just kind of a random area, you know, in so. It doesn't work that way anymore, Mark. Yeah, no, you know, it's just one of those things that doesn't work the same anymore. All right, so we're not. I'm gonna go back to. Remember, we said between 125 and 130 is where we want it to be. Right. There we go. We're starting to get a little. All right, so this is the direction we want to head. Right in this area here. All right, and let's go ahead and we will... I am on Austria. Welcome to the channel. Not a name I recognize, by the way. Love the name Austria Cheese. You know, we've been on Calliope. We found really good gold on Calliope. We then went to Euterpe. Really good gold on Euterpe. Some good Terranite on Calliope as well. And the reason we're kind of looking around for gold right now is because Mike L2 has plus 9% gold in the refinery. Right now, we are on Cleo. So Microtech Planetary scanning is kind of what we were up to today, Planetary surveys. This is the first of the ghost rocks I've ran into, though. I can't even get on the game. Tried Asia, EU, and USA. Yeah, man, it's definitely one of those things. It's, you know, and I'm not getting a lot. I'm definitely not getting a whole lot of pings either. What do we got there? There's 11,000. Let's go ahead and send a. All right, let's go ahead. We'll head that direction. Let me go ahead and long scan on that, and I will get myself a rock icon. Great. We'll fly on over there and see if we can womp womp. Yeah. So, yeah, we're on Cleo, looking around to see what we find as far as rocks here on Cleo. And right now, the only thing we found on Cleo are ghost rocks, unfortunately. But, you know, that's just... that I 30k during bedlog. Not sure if I managed to get in some game next hour. Yeah, definitely, Andreas. Things are. It's not an. You know, the server state is pretty. Here nor there. For sure. 71 likes, you guys. By the way, we did awesome today. I had so much fun today, especially Shrinking Severe is the highlight of the day, for sure. I had some fun with that on a short. Servers are getting brutalized, I think. There's just a lot going on. I mean, I think persistent entity streaming has definitely been one of the biggest challenges that these guys have faced. Chris Bates says, 07, everyone. I got to do some work on the studio before the PC arrives. That's awesome, Chris. I'm so happy for you, man. Everybody give Chris a salute. He's going to be joining us in Star Citizen. What madness. We've convinced him to join us. And so, that's awesome, Chris. Get that work done, man. And, you know, you let me know the first night you're getting in, okay? Yeah, we're kind of hitting. Do you know a good place for Baxolite? I have found good Bax on Daymar. That's definitely a place where I found good Baxolite. You should be able to extract ectoplasm from ghost rocks. You're not wrong, Mark. Someone nuke the Invictus so we can end the event. Yeah, exactly. I have the same problem now. Phenom says 07. Yeah, giving you a salute there, Chris. Nicely done. Yeah, it seems like... Alright, so we're... You know, this is my third... I'm only going to do this... I'll look at each one of these again. I'll see if any of them... I can get any of them to come to life. I'm going to go look at one more cluster here on Cleo, and then we'll head over to Microtech. You know, if they're not drawn, they're just not drawn, and it's just one of those things. I was hoping to just get one of them to pop, but it doesn't seem to be localizing. So it seems like I did see one more cluster off this way. Ah, there it is. It's an 1800 single rock. Let's just go ahead and we'll hit it one time. I am happy that I came to this part of Cleo. It's interesting. Finding Bex in the asteroids. Yeah, that's not a bad... Yes. I have seen decent Baxolite too in the Air and Halo as well. Good point. Persistent entity streaming. Oh, wow. Look at that. 12,390. We'll head to that guy. Not that it matters if they won't, but we'll go take a look. Might be the server. It might be the server. No question about it. I could maybe fly up to an OM and bedlog and then maybe back to, Actually, I might be able to just land on the planet. Are you not supposed to do that anymore, like planet bedlog? I can't remember. Yeah, you can see it's just, they're just ghosties. Yep. That guy's over here somewhere, right? Yeah. Let's go take a look at this big boy. See what luck we have. So, they were big rocks, so 25k and up, nice. Well, nothing is working. Yeah, it's not worth it. No arm assist bedlog. Okay. How are your rocks yellow? Oh, Prince, excellent question. I have the Errol Grey Cat armor helmet on. It's the Errol Grey Cat. And as a matter of fact, Prince, here, I'll show you if you type in, because I get asked that question so much. If you type in exclamation point yellow, like I did right there, it'll actually give you a link to a video that talks all about the yellow icons come from the Grey Cat Errol armor helmet. There you go. So that, Prince, I get asked that question a lot. Thank you for asking it, because it does make, you know, for people especially who are colorblind, I know it makes a big difference. You'll not get in after. Oh yeah, okay. That's, thank you, Hamma. I was gonna wait to see what anybody's. Now, hey, these ones are scanning, you guys. All right, so this is okay. I mean, like I said, and maybe it just kind of needed a moment to right itself. So that's barrel. That's a barrel rock and an easy one to do. Barrel at a nice mass. This is a nice rock, barrel and quartz, 11,000. Okay. Hey, Fox, how are you? Nice to see you. What's happening? Nice. How you been? Cosmo, welcome to the channel, by the way. Laranite. There's a 38% Laranite at a 38k mass, almost a 39k mass. So these are the first rocks that we've got to scan on Clio for us. This will be interesting. Probably barrel again, I would imagine. Yep. If you see that much red and that... Okay, that's Hephaestonite. Okay. I like it. Definitely a mineable mass here. Quartz. Okay. And that's almost like it's not quite a picker size, but it's definitely... Matrix is reconnected. Yes, gotcha, exactly. It's barrel. Okay, cool. Well, now that these are scanning, like I said, I want to do a little more planetary survey work, so let's go ahead and you know, we are getting some scans. Let's go ahead and move on. And you know, I'll stay here and let's see if we can get a few more icons. There's one out there. What do we have? We've got that's just a 1790. There's one there. It's probably gems. Oh no, 10,000 some. Holy mackerel. That might be gems. That might be a huge gem pile. Wow, 10,000 R signature gems. All Errol helmets, yes. Blighty's, John is absolutely correct. It doesn't matter which color Errol set you get. They all do the yellow thing. Wow, you guys. This is a heck of a... I'm just going to rescan it real quick. I want to just go in and see. This has got to be a lot. I mean, this has got to be almost 20 rocks. Or 20 things. Because it was like a huge mass. It was like 10,000. And I mean, 6,200 would be... What the heck? Look at that. Love. What on earth? Do I have my light on? Oh, I do. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 17 rocks. What on earth? Are those Dolomite? Yep. Big O Dolomite field right there. Wow. You know, I'm going to try something too, just because I'm curious. This could get ugly. Let me get close enough. Down a bit. Yeah, I was wondering. Interesting. All right, I got away. It's not like the old days. You used to be able to use the lancet and break those rocks. I was just kind of curious. Here's a 9200. Let's move on. Yeah, that's exactly right. Starstreams would. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the most rocks I've ever seen in one. I don't think I've ever seen 17 rocks in one. In one one go. For sure. All right, let's go ahead and check this out. We're gonna check these out. I'm gonna hit 2 or 3 more nodes in here on Clio, and then we're gonna head over to Microtech. Yeah, I know, guys. Imagine that. I had to get out of there in a hurry just because I was like, oh boy. I just turned it on for a second, and it was just maximum juicage. You used to be able to feather the lancet and break, rocks cleanly. We used to actually have the prospectors do the breaking and the, and doing the scooping with the, the waves hit and a hand tool be able to mine. Well, I mean, the other thing is, I don't know if you guys know this, but apparently the tractor beam collects them and puts them in your backpack now. Or, I don't know, maybe if it's even the mining attachment, one of them does. Or would the wave shift? I don't know. Can you put a wave shift on a gem? That's a great question. Now this is interesting. This one's not scanning, but let's see if we can just shoot them into existence. Yeah, more ghosty rocks here. Technically it did break. You're not wrong, Skeet. That's awesome. You're not wrong. Alright, cool. Yeah, more unscannables, huh? Well, that's interesting. Some are scannable, some are not. I think that the right move... Let's head over to, let's just fly back to Microtech. Let's do some planetary survey work there, if we can. You grab the stick. Love the snow effect here. It's so sweet. Getting some altitude. Gotta love it. Servers are just a disaster. You're not wrong, Saf. They are a hot mess. The bed you logged out last in isn't available on the server now. I'm falling through space. Oh my gosh, it says that? The bed you logged out last in is no longer available on the server? Is that his fault? That's hilarious, Andre. Pest Control says, hey, Pest, welcome to the channel. Just wait a while and you don't immediately scan all the rocks. Eventually one will turn yellow. You know what, Pest? You're absolutely right. Normally that's exactly how it works, and maybe I needed to wait. I did not wait long on that last one, but there was that was like the third one in a row that I'd run into on Clio for whatever reason, and I did wait for the first one, kind of a lot longer than I've normally had to wait. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I probably could have waited long enough, and they eventually would. But and we'll see what happens on Microtech. If I run across them, the first ones are unscannable. We'll sit there for a couple minutes and talk. Some of the best low-flying SC is Microtech. Beautiful scenery. I don't disagree with that. Microtech is absolutely a gorgeous place to fly around. All right, let's go ahead. We're just gonna head straight on in. So that's what we've been doing, just kind of heading straight on in, and that's not any different than what we're gonna do now. So, kind of recap, and you guys know I love to recap for people who are just joining. One of the things we set out to do today was just look in the Microtech area. I was pretty impressed with Mike L2's 9% gold addition to refine, like a plus 9% gold. So we have been flying around the Microtech area. Calliope had very good mole and prospector levels of gold rocks. Euterpe had very nice gold as well. Clio, we just weren't able to do as much of a good planetary survey. I think 3 out of the 4 clusters we ran into were unscannable. Oh, and why? Yeah, that's a good idea. Mabutu says, hey, recheck my ship inventory to see if this 30k protection caught up. Let's go ahead and do that. I don't know that it did. Nope, it didn't. I just, I had a bunch of mining gadgets in my ship inventory. I 30k'd and they just didn't come back. So, no big deal there. But great ask, Mabutu. Appreciate that. Lucky number, welcome to the channel. I tried to grab the burrito and water in the tutorial for like a half hour now, and it just won't work. Yeah, that happens, Lucky. Hang in there. I don't know if you're new to Star Citizen. The servers are in a very, very grumpy state right now. You're going to have a lot of things that are not going to go according to plan. And so, Lucky, if you're new to Star Citizen, I just will tell you, hang in there. There will be some server stability at some point. All right, we're falling through the atmosphere. This is a beautiful scene, by the way. I love this stuff. You gotta love it. Let me get a screenshot of that. And we'll have slowed down pretty considerably at this point. But yeah, let's nosedive back in and down we go. And so, it's really cool. The difference between the planets and the moons are so sweet. Do you need mining gadgets for the Halo? Is the rocks you can break now with the meta? You can break some rocks, Pyro. You don't need them. Right now, they're very buggy, and they're especially buggy in space. I yesterday probably spent 20 minutes trying to tune one because, like where I had to put my mouse for the sliders wasn't right on them. It was like totally left of center, like super far away. So they're not, as much as important as they actually are to the meta right now, they're not very reliable, and you can lose on them. Hey V, did you check out Red Monster? Oh yeah, Red Monster's done a great job. Everybody who's on the channel here, if you haven't checked out Red Monster's, really, he did a really good job. A nice long video on the mining meta. Lucky med beds can replenish your food and drink in a pinch in a clinic. That's an excellent tip, Mabutu. Entering Atmo like that looks rad. Never get sick of things. Yeah, I know. It is the little things like that kind of keep you happy, right? You can break most rocks, Pyro. Best is to try out the laser. Hofstad and Rieger C2 works well. I agree with Andreas. That's what I'm running with now. Also, a Helix and multiple FLTR-XLs is another one that people really do like. And of course, Croncy did put out a video about, a short video about mining laser heads and pairing it with what modules as well. So, different, but I have really liked the Hofstad and the Rieger pairing. That's the one that I've kind of settled on for, I will also go with mess around with the Helix for sure. And of course there is the big optimal window build with the impact, and I forget which one of those, maybe a focus or something. I think it's impact and focus. You can get a huge green window with that. Technically there's no, except don't use the Lancet. Yeah, that's, the meta is definitely, if there is any meta, Andreas is right, don't use the Lancet. Now that's not so much, yes, he did. KSS, you're not wrong. Croncy did do an excellent job with that. Excellent job with that. All right, here we go. We're heading down here. Ooh, what do we have up over here? Yeah. What do we have there? That's 1840. We're looking for clusters. What do we have here? 8850. 76. And what do we have here? Ooh, 10,800. That's our guy. All right, let's go ahead and get a long scan on there. We'll get a rock icon. We'll come down here and we'll see how we're doing on if the rocks are ghost rocks or not. You take some drinks with you though. The med beds replenish. They don't remove. Yeah, they don't remove the state. They do top you off, but they don't remove the state of hunger and thirst. So you'll need water and drink much faster again. So it is true. But at least, in a pinch, I think it's they'll save your life. Med beds are not good for the food drink replenishment. It's a temp solution. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Do you, I don't think it's, it's not pointless KSS, but it's right now we're at the bottom of the food chain, and that's probably the design is intended. I think that things are set up, you know, for more big ship meta now. 9,200 over there, so that's good to know. All right, so we've got some options. This is I always love this place. It's a beautiful place to come. Let's see if the rocks are ghost rocks or not. So far, they're looking awful ghosty to me. Let's see what we got. All right, so we're gonna sit here. We're gonna sit here a good couple minutes and just see if it's just a situation where, you know, we just gotta wait it out. Let's see here. Seems so, right? Yeah. In a pinch, I meant, yes, last resort. You're not wrong, Mabutu. That's you said in a pinch. You definitely, and I agree with what you're saying. Everybody's right about the replenishing. There's no question if you want to cure the state of food and drink, you need to eat or drink something. But in a pinch, if you're about to die, definitely jump in a bed, you know, or hit yourself with the mat, whatever you need to do, you know. But yeah, I don't disagree. The bed will at least bring those things up to 99 and get you some wiggle room. So, all right, we're gonna try and do this here. A toggle on scanning and. We might need to jump servers here if we're gonna. Prospecting is pointless if you mine only for profit. Yep. I mean, if you're going for pure profit, you really should develop a good mole thing. I agree with that. V would love to see you and a friend out mining with 2 prospectors with the opposing laserhead loadouts. It did come. So good on whoever asked me to kind of stick it out and see if they would stick it out a little longer than I normally would need to or have to. So. That's good. Now, this ended up being core. That's right. I remember already off the bat. There's tons of quartz on Microtech. Microtech is full of quartz. Quartzite rocks, quartz. Much like Lyria is full of borace right now. Laranite and quartz. Nice 26,000 mass rock there. Hog Gaming said it's doable, but did show it. I see a lot of people mining the biggest rocks with the largest mass they can get there. So many smaller, more manageable rocks. Yeah, exactly, Blighty. I think really, I do think like if you're gonna solo, you might consider soloing in the mole, and go ahead taking advantage of that size 2 laser head to up the fact that you can do more like 16,000 mass rocks with that one. You know, there's and of course, and then you have a lot more wiggle room to scoop stuff up. So, pretty sure your server's overwhelmed. You're not wrong, Mabutu. I was flying into RKL1 and heard you shoot that rock and jump and thought someone was shooting at me while landing. That's funny, man. That is funny for sure. Everybody's on the same page that prospecting. No, prospecting for profit it's not the same as it used to be, Cosmo. It just isn't. I mean, you don't prospect. I mean, it's just. The reality is, and I'm not saying it to try and beat a dead horse or whatever. If you're going for pure profit, you know, you're not, prospecting is no longer really kind of in the argument. Now, that's a nice Laranite rock. Holy crap. That's a very nice Laranite rock. Now, this is a middle of range, but half that rock is Laranite. I might break this and see how clean of Laranite we can get. But, you know, that's okay. Let me check this other rock. Oh, this looks like it's a big boy. A Festonite and quartz. I'm going to see if I can break this rock. Just got it. It's almost 50% Laranite. And I can tell you right now, the Rieger C2 is working different than the C3. Because the C3 is not open in the optimal window, and the C2 is. Okay, let's see if we can put any energy into this big boy. Resistance is 14%, so maybe not. Einar, welcome to the channel. How are ya? I got spawned at Area 18. Goodbye. Hold full of professor tonight, yeah. I hear that. So everybody, yeah, not at all, gotcha. I'm not saying you can't make, there are people who are, they're doing a lot of mid-tier runs where they go and they grab mid-tier stuff like this Laranite and they go really fast. They're trying to go as fast as they can, grabbing mid-tier stuff, and they're bringing back loads that are somewhere between 40 and 60,000. You know, and they're, you know, but they're trying to do 2 or 3 of them an hour. They're just grabbing barrel or something that's really, you know, like that. So it's not to say it can't be done. There's, I mean, don't get me wrong. You can still make 100, 150K an hour, I think. I don't know. Is it 500K an hour? Easy? I don't know, Andreas. I don't. Is that really what you how much you're making an hour is 500? Yeah, that's pretty awesome if that's the case. I was thinking more like 150, 200K an hour. All right, Hofstad's looking like she's going to take care of business on this Laranite rock. Now, half this rock is Laranite. I'm just wondering if we get one really nice, you know, some clean. Like, see how it breaks. Hey, there's a 94% Laranite rock. We'll go after a 94%er. That's not bad. Let's see how clean she broke. That was a good break. 1865. 100% Laranite. What the heck? That broke pretty clean. Have to factor in where the best place to sell to maximize profits. Yep. I've given up on the idea of grinding for an 890 this year. 5 months and 2 million. Yeah, Mabutu, I hear you. Does that mean you can't mine enough in a prospector to buy more? You can. You can. You know, look, guys, even if you're 200K an hour, I mean, that means, you know, you can still make $500,000 in a couple hours. I mean, you know, relatively lucky with barrel and borate chef simply because you make 2 runs in the time you need to make. Yeah, you know, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I don't. It would be interesting to see like who can make like maybe we should plan a. There's another 100% Laranite. Look at that. This broke about as. I haven't seen one break this clean. That's really good. I wonder if you start getting up around 50%, and yeah, I mean that happens. Because half this rock is garbage, or you know, not it's quartz. Another hundo Laranite. Look at that. That's a clean Laranite rock right there. That's going to get us up around 20 SEU of Laranite. Yeah. Wow, it all broke right. 100% inert. And this has got to be mostly, I would say this is trash. Quartz. Yeah. And some of it must have broke under the... That's not a bad... I mean, that's not shabby. Oh, yeah, you got to refine it, of course. Are you not refining it? Ghosting me. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. All right, let's go check out this next one. Love those pine trees. It's such a cool thing. That was a clean Laranite rock. I mean, not, you know, that's a mid-grade. Don't get me wrong. It's not Terranite. It's a mid-grade rock. But, I mean, you know, 20, it's not, it wasn't terrible. Could make the money for the 890 and the 317. With all things being relative, wouldn't you agree that the changes have slowed down all the game loops' profitability? Even a mole team has to divide the profits. Yeah, you have to divide the profits, but you know, you can definitely find some pretty awesome mole rocks. I mean, you know, really, really, really nice ones. I am on Microtech, Joey. That's for sure. How are you, man? Great vibes in your stream. Thank you, Cosmo. I appreciate that. I was, you know, I definitely was in a little, just a touch of a mood yesterday, and put out a video. I was like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't put this out, but yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's at least it was honest. Really nice place to mine, nice scenery. Yes, it's absolutely. Look at this. I mean, look at how beautiful that is. Like through this little crevice here, and the snow cap in the distance, and absolutely beautiful place to mine. I've been new, but I've been focusing on mining since week 4, although Red Monster has launched a new video pretty much says everything changed. Finding quants become rare. Yep, it's not the same anymore, Ghost. No, it's not. That's okay, though. You know, we're all learning the new meta and just kind of working our way along, kind of feeling our way along the wall till we find a light switch, right? Look at how beautiful this is. Like flying past huge rocks. I always love this area of Microtech. Absolutely do. Gotta love the trees on the side of the hills there. All right, what do we got? Okay, we're definitely not seeing. Right. Let's just kind of wait for a minute. So we just gotta sit here for a moment. Us solo miners need to voice our opinions. Yeah, I hear you, Joey. I definitely, you know, I did speak up. 21 SCU Laranite times 29 is 62,000 AUEC. So is that after we refine it, John? Is that? I'm sure that's probably what it is. So I just hauled in 62 grand. That's good. You said what needed to be said and what many of us were feeling. We thank you for. Thank you, Mabutu. Like I said, I was just feeling sad. You know, we can't stay there forever. We've got to work the problem and continue trying to stay positive. But yeah, I was just in a moment. I learned everything solo. Every old guide is 90% out the window. You're not wrong. It's one of those things, Ghost. You know what, Ghost? Here, I'll tell you something that's interesting. I worked in IT my whole life, right? Since Windows 95. You know, I have knowledge about networking in Windows 95, Windows 98, Windows 98 Second Edition, Windows NT, Windows 2000, Windows 7, 8, you know, and all of the, XE, XP or whatever. And all that's perishable knowledge, right? I mean, all that networking stuff I learned for all those years, you know, doesn't help me now when I'm actually up, like taking databases, kind of uploading them in the S3 buckets, creating virtual RDS sessions in the GovCloud. The world changes, right? You know, so now I work in the cloud, not on-prem stuff, for instance. You're not wrong. The information's perishable. It was accurate video. Mining is in a better place, but it's also a very aggravating place. We have a far bit to learn. Yeah, we got a lot to learn, right? And so you guys helped kind of smooth it out for me too. Rock mining is at least better than 318s, but 30Ks are slowing. Yes, 30K, they've got to get the stability in place first. Not to mention the time it takes to prepare for a mole, for a mission, get a team together. Stan, you're not wrong. Exponentially, if you're going to get 3 guys on a mole, it's 3 or 4 people on a mole, it's just going to take longer. You're not wrong. All right, so we've waited quite a long time here. Ah, there we go. I think the Prospector versus mole mining is about the same. So that's a barrel rock. Okay. What is this guy? That's a Borace rock. Now that says impossible, but I have a feeling that we could maybe crack this guy, but I don't know. I'm just gonna give it a try. I'm just kind of curious if we can build energy into it. This isn't the rock I necessarily want to mine. What's going on? I'm getting blown around here. All right, that was kind of awkward. Look at this area. Yeah, this guy's kind of hemmed in here pretty good. All right, let's get close enough to turn off this. I'm just curious if we can build energy into this thing. I think we might be able to. I was curious if we could. 5%. Yeah, we can. LOL, Drac. Hey, Drac! You'll notice how carefully is not to mention Windows ME. Oh, yeah, I did. Drac! Oh, my gosh, Millennium Edition is such trash. I had to turn off SMB 2.0 in that version to get anything networking to work at all. In the registry, you had to hack the registry to turn off SMB 2.0 because it was a hot mess. Nothing would work. I started my networking experience with 311. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did a little bit of definitely a little bit of DOS stuff for sure. Borace is another mid-tier, So Laranite and Borase are mid-tier. Crowbases, I think that, as you know, you're going to mine. Hadnite is the best per hour mining. Mellow unless you're getting greedy. Yep, Crow, you're probably not wrong. As far as pure profit goes, maybe. We don't... Yeah, the first rule about ME is we don't talk about ME. That's so awesome. I don't disagree. So look, this is a 13K mass rocket we're managing to do okay with. Beautiful. Intensity's down 45. Now, yeah, the Rigger C2 is working way better than... The C3 is just straight not working. The C2 is. It's a huge difference. The C3 was working before in PTU. All right, hold on. Let me just kind of see what's left up here and not necessarily chase those yet. Wow. It's interesting. Yeah, some of that just is straight underneath the other rocks for sure. So the question becomes is how much Borase is here? That's 67% Borase, okay? I was thinking about Emmy as well, Tolga. Nice. All right, this is we're at 5%. It's hanging right in there. Love it. Impossible. Yeah. MSBOB. Here, I guess I'll crank it up to 7% or something. There we go. Oh, 7%'s far too much. Better go back to 5. What the heck? Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, that's what I was wondering was going to happen. They're down there somewhere. All right, let's see if we can get one here. We want to, I mean, obviously high percentage of Borase. 100%. That's what I'm talking about. Hundo of Borase. Borase actually, like, makes, I'll tell you, Borase makes SCU quick. I don't know if that's like a, you know, a thing or what. Now here's another rock that's, I don't even know what's going on with it. That's mostly quartz. Okay. So let's go ahead and look at these rocks that roll down the hill. $18.02. 100% Borase? What the heck? This is different. You know, it's so weird. Like, I was just complaining about the fact that nothing was breaking pure, and then here they go. Here Sig goes. What the heck? Had a couple of absolutely pure breaks today. Holy crap. All right. Look at that. 8% just killing it. I can back up too. Controlling power just by backing up. Good. That's a 100%er, man. Well, and that, Mabutu, that's what I'm confused about too. Like, I run into rocks that are unbreakable, that are 7,000, like easies that I can't break, and impossibles that I can't. It is kind of, that is a little, I don't know, a little long.
Warning, storage full.
So, you guys, we got a full, basically a full 32 SCU. Hey, Ernie. We got 21.8 Laranite and 9.8 Borase. Those are both mid-tier. Both mid-tier, but they're also, I mean, that's a full 32 SCU of at least of you know, of pure mineable stuff. So let's go ahead and take this back to the ranch and see what it's worth. Now, I guess I don't know exactly what it's, you know, I don't know if Borase has a plus at either Mike L1 or Mike L2. I'll head back to Mike L2 for now. Beautiful flight out of here, too. Look at that sun. This is crazy beautiful. Ernie P., how have you been, man? Nice to see you. I hope that you're well. And hey, I mean, that was a full, that's at least a pure run of mid-grade stuff. You're not going to find them. I mean, obviously, that's a new unicorn right there. I'm going to go ahead and call it. If I could get mid-grade on at 32 SEU pure, that's a unicorn now. That's that's the new age of the unicorn for you. Mid-grade, absolutely pure, all Laranite and Borace. What is this going to be worth at the half value? I would imagine around 50,000 or 60,000 at the half value, I would think. Ooh, what's negative 3% at Mike L2, Phenom? Is it Borace or is it Laranite? Let's talk about it, because I'm willing to haul this stuff someplace that's better. Borace had plus 9% at Mike L5. But I have mostly Laranite on board, you guys. Like, I have 21 SU of Laranite, so I don't want any... I think Laranite would be, you know, would be kind of the driver here. Where are you pulling that information from, Mooney, by the way? Is there any plus Laranite refineries in the verse? It's funny, I don't know that I've seen any. Borace plus 1 at HURL1, plus 2 at ArcL2. Okay. Do we have any plus Laranites? And I appreciate the information that you're taking the time to look it up. I do. Beautiful Flightada. Look at that. Just absolutely gorgeous. I need to get myself a cheat sheet for refineries. That's going to be that's a goal for tonight. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to fly at every refinery, take screenshots, and I'm going to build myself a little tool so I know where to fly. Info I went and gathered myself. Yep, that makes sense. Plus 2 at HURL2 for Laranite. HURL2 for Laranite. Red Monster. Yeah, I should check out Red Monster stuff. So let's go to HUR. We'll go over to HURL2. Because, I mean, I'll take plus Laranite. I think that's a good thing to have. Plus 2 Mike L1 for Laranite. Ooh, let's do that. That's closer. This is always kind of tricky getting the station here. There we go. There we are. All right, we'll hit Mike L1. And we'll get this Laranite on board. And that's a good thing. It's we can stay in the Microtech systems. Mike L1 is closer. You're right, Smoothie. All right, we'll take this stuff in and listen, I mean, you know, this is about in the modern prospecting world, you guys, this is about a pure run as you're gonna have. I mean, that's a full 32 SCU of mid-grade products. This is basically the best that you could hope to get. Now, don't get me wrong, I've been flying around today and doing a lot of planetary survey stuff. I haven't been focused that much on mining specifically, although the 2 rocks that I found in high percentages, I cracked them and they were clean. What Red Monster Sheet is missing is all the sell prices around the verse. He's just using Microtech numbers. Gotcha. It's funny. Microtech has become a lot more profitable. And the one thing I will say, plus Mike L5 for Borace is plus... Oh, wow. I don't even know if there's a way to split, though. That's the problem. You've got to kind of... And so, you know, is the plus 9 on whatever... you know, amount better than the plus 2 on 21 SCU? That would be some math phenom I'd have to do quick. But it's, you know, let me also look at I do want to look at the prices. Yeah. Anyways, we'll take it into Mike L1. kind of keeps us kind of local as well. But I do think that this load that I'm hauling does represent one of the best mid-grade loads you're going to run into. I mean, as far as mid-tier product goes, when a full 32, this is basically a unicorn of mid-grade. So we'll go ahead and check the half price. My hope is that the half price is about $50,000 for this, and that it will sell for. Yeah, look at that. Titanium's plus 13. You know, Phenom, that's an excellent question. It's like, when you get like something like that, you know, can you go low tier and have it be like, you know, find like a really big. Michael, one to the Halo is my favorite. It's very chill. I know, Mobutu. You've mentioned that several times. You do like that route, Mike. You know, and I like the fact that you dig that. That's you're the one person who consistently says Mike L1 to the Halo. I know you've mentioned it in the past. But but the Titanium sucks so bad that plus 13 doesn't make up for it. That's the thing, right? I do hope that one day comes when, like, for whatever reason, Crusader Industries is like, holy crap, I can't make any more C2s without a buttload of titanium, you know what I mean? And then you just like, and then they like triple the price of it, you know, and you know, for like a period of time, and it actually makes it more like a mid-range where you can just bomb it. Phenom says, I gotta go see it. Hey, gotta do org stuff. No problem, Phenom. Thank you for hanging, brother. I really do appreciate it. It's good seeing you again. Good seeing you again for sure. All right, so good, solid mid-tier run here. And of course, like I said, we were mostly focused on Planetary survey stuff today. We weren't really focused on the back and forth of, of trying to, make the best, most profitable runs today. But I will tell you, I am excited that we could. That is an interesting thing to be able to get kind of the unicorn of Laranite and Borace. And I mean, we're 0.27 quartz is the only thing that's bad on my ship right now. Hey, Fig, what's happening, dude? How you been? Nice to see you, brother. Or should I say, nice to see you, mother? that's what I should have said. How you been, Figgy? That's awesome.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Mark Buser says, that's what I love about EVE Online. It's how everything has a purpose. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Mark. That exact thing where it's just like, I just want that. I want to, I want purpose, and I want people to be able to, like, orgs need titanium. So orgs are putting out orders for it at a super high amount. I have to agree with Moon on that. The only reason I can see for titanium lumen corundum is either for practice or to fill the gaps on a partial load. Yep. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Drac. One of the big goals right now with Prospector mining is to try and pull as little of the low tier or the inert on as possible. It is very rare. This is a super rare thing for me to have almost a pure low. Sell barrel at Orison or Lorville, mother. I couldn't give away barrel this morning. Oh, man. Alright, we want to make sure we're taking it easy here. Hurston would not buy barrel. Yeah. I definitely, that's one of those things we just got to learn is kind of where to take things. Looks at his game, a goodbye, old friend. Hits melt. Wow, Aeocean. Why are you melting the Reclaimer, Aeocean? What are you going after, guy? That's crazy. My dream for Star Citizen is making bulk deliveries to outposts in my BMM. Very cool. You know what my dream, Mark, is to actually just fly around, mark awesome resources, and then just sell those locations. That's what I want to do. That's kind of my jam, would be to like be flying around in the Terrapin a lot or some ship like that, and then just locate awesome resources, mark them, and sell the spots. Basically being a prospector. Orson should give you the best price for barrel. Orson does give the best price for barrel. I think that's correct. Oh, it's your original pledge. Interesting. I haven't talked to him in a hot minute, but Ale loves the Reclaimer. He's a huge Reclaimer guy. And I noticed he was actually playing Star Citizen. I need to catch up with him. A low tier org must cost and refine and adds to the time. Takes them out too. Yep, you're not wrong, John. The cargo hauler are filling the TDD inventories. I have 3K SU of habitation metal. I know you refine gas, the client of mine. You straight up, yes, exactly, Mark. You know, and also just when we can actually take like and take like the scoops on like the Starfarers and start harvesting gas. You know, that's an important thing too. Yeah, boy. There we go.
Welcome to the ASOP vehicle.
I want to be a surveyor. I do. I don't know if you guys recall the game Star Wars Galaxies, but when Star Wars Galaxies first came out, there were mounts, but there were no ships that you could. So I went around and found the best places to put out my harvester fleets, and I'd put my fleets out, but then I would sell the locations after I found. You know, I'd work really hard to find these locations. And I think knowledge is a powerful thing in a game like this. If you happen to know, it's like, hey man, I know where there's a 100. Hey, I found, you guys. By the way, I should mention this: 149,000 K mass rock, 149K mass rock. And I forgot what it had in it, but it would I think that would take like 4 moles to break. Like if you find something like that's got like 45% gold in it, you know, or whatever, it's going to be insane. You know, I mean, the value of that is tremendous. Even if you do bring in a big group, you can organize a whole mining crew around that. All right, so I'm crossing my fingers here that the unrefined value is around 50,000 for this. I'm crossing my fingers.
See anything you like?
So it's south of 40. So this is about a nicer run as you're going to have. Of course, the Laranite certainly, in the Borace, 38,997 at the half. And so, that's going to turn around and sell for, roughly around 72,000. So, and that's what we're seeing, right? This is just, man, I mean, you're not really, as far as mid-tier goes, I don't know that you're going to find a better run on mid-tier, unless you guys, because somebody was telling me they're mid-tiering for 40 to 60,000. What are you mid-tiering for? Aren't those prices all around the same? Let's talk about that in just a sec. God, it's been a long run. Don't mind this Olafon, don't we? Nice ocean. Oh yeah, I hear you, brother. Sometimes you let go of that certain ships. Derek, hey man, I played SWG. Our guild used to constantly survey and kept a stockpile of proof. Oh, Derek, I was a multi-trillion, cause I had so much money in that game. I made Doctor, I made some of the best Doctor buffs. I remember, I'd just log on and I'd start a macro and I'd have this huge line of people that they would just buff and buff and buff all day long. I'd come back and have hundreds of more thousands. It was a ridiculous amount. Knowledge is money. Only 2 minutes to find my most useful salvage spot. So yeah. Here, I'm gonna actually pull up a sheet here. Give me a second. I'm gonna go back. Let me pull up Discord for a sec. I usually close Discord while I'm streaming just because I will get distracted by it. But let me pull it up for a second because I want to look at something. Somebody was saying, "Hey man, I'm mid-tier and I'm making 40 to 60,000 per run at the unrefined." I'm just not seeing that value, right? That's what's crazy. Hey, Mooney, I see that stuff you sent me. That's awesome. Jazzy. I definitely see. Let's talk about that. Hold on a sec, you guys. Let me go here. I have this thing. Okay, so I have Borace and I had Laranite. Now, those are now Diamond falls in between those, right? Diamond is more in the 40s, mid 40s. Boreas is 36. Laranite's around 31. So I'm not sure who's, like, I've got kind of the upper echelon of the mid-tiers here. I was an architect. Oh, Derek, that's what I was too. I was an architect. That was my favorite thing. Yes. I made houses. I love the fact, making stuff was awesome. We had a wonderful, on Naboo, just not terribly outside of the main city. We had we had like Jedi Fight Club eventually, and like nobody, you weren't allowed to talk about it, all that stuff. Where Jedis would come and fight, and we'd fight off the bounty hunters so the Jedis could fight each other. I love that game. It was a good game. 70% reduction from the old quant mine. Yeah, well that's, no, you're not wrong, Mabutu. And that's what I'm saying. So, I don't know, some people who have said to me, hey man, I'm making about 50, the words that were said, 40 to 60,000. And I was asking, was that unrefined or refined? And they were saying it was unrefined. I don't know how you're going to get 40. I don't know how you're going to hit 60,000. I mean, I'm a long ways off of that. Without mixing a little bit of Bexelite, Terranite, gold, or quant in there. So I have a full pure. This is absolutely pure run of Laranite and Boreas, and you can see my unrefined cost is, I'm going to print this screen because this actually says a lot about what I'm saying here. Print it again here. Laranite and Boreas, almost a pure run. The unrefined material value is 38, almost 34,000. So it's almost 78,000. Hey, Sharp, no bit. You haven't missed much, man. We haven't done a whole lot of mining. We've done a lot of planetary surveying stuff. We found really good gold on Calliope, really good gold on Uterp. A lot of ghost rocks on Clio, and we were able to pull a very clean run, like almost a pure 32 SU run of Boreas and Laranite off of Microtech, and so that's where we're at this point. So yeah, you guys. I mean, like I'm saying, don't get me wrong. If I could consistently go back and forth, you might be. Anyways, got to consider toys now that I'm hooked on Mystic. You're saying nice, Ocean. Take care of yourself, brother. So, anyways, let's get this stuff going. Yeah, let's get it cooking. All right, Laranite's +2. That's cool. Oh, gold is a +1 here. That's all right. And then what is that +8? I can't see because of the... Oh, Agricium's +8. Okay. All right, let's set up a work order here. We'll do them both. I'll go Dynex, get quote. Confirm. Boom. All right. Got those cooking in the hopper. Let's top off on food and drink. We'll talk about maybe next moves. I want to try one more thing before we bring the stream to an end. And that is just because I'm curious. I'm very curious, and we're close to it. Is what is out there in the rocks where the Xeno threat normally happens. So we're gonna go out there and look. That was definitely. Hope you didn't see that, Chris. Oh. No, I think Chris signed off earlier. You might not see me littering. That's fine. Chris is. I think Chris signed off earlier. He just seen me littering, so. All right, let's eat a few of these guys. It's almost there. One more candy bar. You also noticed the increase in the refinement method. Yeah, I did, for sure. Wrapper. Yeah, exactly right, Skeet. You're not wrong. That wrapper tastes delicious. Roughly 100,000 refined with what you have there. Oh, so it's not a straight 2-to-1 anymore, Stan? So is that, maybe that's where I'm missing it. Maybe, because I'm just going off the old meta that whatever you put in the refinery, you get about double back. So maybe that's what I have misunderstood. And I very well could have, because I haven't gotten to the point where I've gotten enough stuff to haul in yet. I've got little pockets of stuff everywhere. So maybe it's one of those things where I just gotta understand that it's not necessarily a it's not just 2 to 1, like whatever you bring in unrefined. So, you know, increase in time and cost. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's a good thing to know. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. A little different, right? We're here on Mike L1. We're gonna fly over to there. It's not the Jericho. It's the rocks by the Jericho. We're gonna check out Red's cheat sheet. I'll definitely do that. I need to pull his documents down and take a closer look at it. It's funny. Luke was saying, you know, like it was a funny thing. Luke was saying that he had been kind of coalescing all this data, and it was putting together this really awesome spreadsheet. And then Macedon came in and said, "Hey man, have you seen this one?" and showed it to him. It's like apparently everything he was putting on the sheet's like, "Gosh darn it!" You know, it's so funny. I mean, we are blessed in this community. There are some really wonderful people that are really smart with that kind of stuff. Refineries offering trade-in prices for the raw material like a car dealership. Oh yeah, that's a good point, sweetie. All right, here we go. So I'm gonna head over to the. I know this is kind of a weird place to head. I have gotten pings in those rocks before, and I was just kind of curious. It's an off the beaten path kind of thing, and I'm just kind of wondering, you know, if we can. Refineries offering, yeah. Now, you know, and so I do think that there's a lot of questions now, like what am I mining? Where am I taking it to the refinery? What's my closest trips to get it consistently there? And that's the first time I will tell you, and I'm heroic, you know, just very happy that I got a pure mid-range run, you know, of stuff. I mean, there is an upside to it, right? I mean, that's the first time that I've had that. Dynix, Farron, Pyrometric give you 85% yield. There are no electrostatic and gasking 73%. Kazi, Cormac, and XCR give 60%. Yep, that makes sense. Let me power up here. So this is where we're headed. It's kind of a weird place. Mike L1B. This is where Xeno Threat normally happens, and we're going to go out there and we're just going to look around and see what pings we can find. I'm just kind of curious what's out there. I keep telling myself that one of these times I'm going to go to one of these weird places, and I'm going to find, oh, this is where the Quant's at, you know, or whatever. I don't know if that's the case. I'd like to believe it. It's like the Janelite version of the Prospector place. Now, just so you guys, you know, who are here know, I will tell you, just for the record, here at Mike L2's got plus 9% gold. I found gold in Mike L2B, and I found gold in Mike L2C, right next to the gold refinery. And I found it in mole mining. It was in the mole that you'd have to take, but I did find it there. So you guys, you know, who have stuck around, you know, just know that's something I meant to mention earlier in the stream actually. But there is gold there, and it's right next to the plus 9% gold refinery. I really appreciate folks in the community putting in the work to put all this data out. Yeah, I agree. Sega's really missed an opportunity for internet traffic to advertise. You know, Sega's done. You know, I think they respect Twitch a lot more than YouTube as well. But that's okay. Real-time market data. Oh yes, exactly. There should be an API that you can plug into and pull that stuff. This is what I'm talking about here, you guys. Now, I used to be able to get pings in here. I don't know if we're gonna anymore. Yeah, just give it a sec. Yep, that's what I'm talking about. Cool. All right, so it's kind of an off-the-beaten-path place. That's a 1720. There's going to be a lot of single rocks in space. 1850. I am looking for just the first signature, though. Maybe it's more than one rock. You don't get many of them. 5700. There's 3. That's what we're looking for. Oh, I'm still out. There we go. I'm at a range. Some dude in this game this morning said he was getting gold. Oh, absolutely. I mean, I found massive gold on Calliope Fig. I found a beautiful 14,000 mass rock at 45%. Very doable. Very within the Prospector lane. And then we found, you know, there's really good gold on Calliope. Really, really good gold on Calliope. why an API? It should be an in-game with your mobi-glass. Well, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, Andreas, you know, at least give people an API where they can pull that data themselves. And because people are more creative sometimes, you know, like if you give everybody an API, different people will figure out awesome ways to display dashboards. That's all I was saying. But yeah, no question about it, you know. Then whoever makes the best dashboards, hire them and have them put that, embed that into the mobi-glass and be done with it. I don't disagree with it. All right, so we're out here. We're out here looking at, in a very kind of an obscure place, looking around for, what are we going to find out? Agreed, Andreas. A website with calculators I found helpful as well. Yeah, I agree with all that being said. I love the fact that you can have the mining laser out now and trim the velocity of the ship too. It's, you know, I'm not gonna lie, it's taken me a hot minute to get used to it, but I do like it. All right, let's approach these guys. I don't have scannable yet. We'll just kind of get close to them and give them a little time. This is cool. Break an E-Type 14K mass 40. Yeah, exactly, Saf. That's what I'm talking about. Good rock. Alright, let's just give it a sec here. It is ghosty, but let's just kind of... Let's just sit here for a moment and let it just kind of figure out that I'm here. Cool. Yeah. I mean, I agree 100%. Should it be right in the mobi-glass? Absolutely. 1000%. I should be able to pull up the mobi-glass, know what I have in my cargo hold, and be able to pull down the most up-to-date prices. And then know where I'm taking that stuff. No question about it. Ooh, this coffee is so good. Got a little... But the implementation of the Quanta will make monitoring the data even harder. Boy, I wouldn't hope so.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off. Mining mode on. Extraction mode on. Mining mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Alright, we're waiting for these things to come to life here.
Mining mode on.
Will the implement... Yeah, well, Quanta, it'll be interesting with Quanta for sure. Alrighty. Very, very good stream today. I've really enjoyed it. And I have a heck of a short to make out of the Sabir thing. That was really funny. Hey, look at that one. That's a Grissium picker right there. So apparently they've come to life. What? One of them has. Now that's weird. Okay, the Agricium Picker's got love on it. What the heck? Come on, what? Don't do that. All right, that's probably not a good sign. All right, we'll pivot back towards the you know, do a 90 ping and out we go. Fig, I shot it a lot, but I'll shoot it more. And what's funny is I am shooting it for sure, and it's actually registering the hits too on it. And I definitely, like, if I look at the picker here, yeah, it's definitely giving me but these two are not. That's just the server doing weird, you know, it's just being weird. It's okay. Which is why I was pulling away from these guys. I didn't want the picker. I'm scared of the Halo due to the invisible asteroids. So yeah, that's reasonable. Oh, I did. Yep, I tried the V-scan at 2 Fig, but I'll show you for sure. I'm happy to. So I'm gonna V-scan this guy for sure too. Back end going out. Oh, it probably is, Tim, for sure. It's been grumpy. You know, it's definitely had its moments. Jeff Peterson, Star, you can take the saddlebags off the mole and use it with the Prospector. You have 40. Yes, Jeff. We talked about that earlier. You're not wrong. By the way, welcome to the channel, Jeff. And welcome to the channel, Mr. Tim. Nice to see you guys. All right, no problem. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to just kind of move on, right? I mean, I want to do a little more surveying here in Mike L1B. So let's go ahead and see what else we can find. A lot of single rocks in space. So let's just kind of head to a couple of those. No, Fig, thank you for that. I appreciate you kind of saying, hey, you know, remain persistent. It's all good. Yeah, Jeff, isn't that cool? I haven't done it yet, but I want to give it a try for sure. You know, and we'll have to just see how that goes. Another 1850, boom. Keeping it honest here with this rock right out in front of me. Looks like another unscannable. I've had a lot of unscannables on this server, and the most I've seen it. I'm gonna shoot it. Oh, now that's an M-type picker, and it is going to be a barrel rack. Okay, no problem. Thanks, man. Hey, I used my NVIDIA replay capture and got the part earlier, then the gadget kept getting smaller and smaller in 30K. I last saw it. Yeah, that was hilarious, Tim. It really was, man. That's awesome that you used that. That's cool as hell. That's funny. It's free fly again. Is it free fly again? Yeah, that's exactly right. All right, we'll V-scan ourselves some more here. Let's get out this way. Okay. We got, let's see, an 1850. What at this distance do we have? 1870. That gadget was like frightened. Yeah. You're not wrong. I am just kind of curious, like I said, this is an off the beaten path kind of thing. I'm not expecting any kind of different resources here than, say, the Iron Halo or whatever, but I thought we would take a look. Yeah, sure, cheese, no problem. Like, alright, I'll yank this guy. May have to change the channel name instead of Quantanium Coffee, call it Barrel and Bourbon. You're not wrong, I suppose I was trying to think of like another name for coffee that would fit with it, but yeah, Backslide and Bourbon. You're probably something like that. I might have to go with. You know, and then start drinking some good bourbons. Nothing wrong with that. The upside is I'd be drinking more bourbon, Drac, right? With that. I actually thought it was a little tongue-in-cheek to kind of keep. I thought about Quantanium and coffee a lot today, and actually I almost put no Quantanium in coffee or little Quantanium in coffee. I didn't end up doing it, but I was thinking, it's a little cheeky to call it Quantanium and coffee, considering the current meta. Baxelited bacon's not a bad choice either. What we got here? Ooh, this looks like a big old copper rock, you guys. M-type, lot of copper. Yep, that's a big old copper rack. Wonder if we'll ever need copper in the game. I've been in and out of the stream, but what's the recap so far? I heard gold on Calliope. We found gold on Euterp. We found ghost rocks on Clio. We got a nice full run of 22 SCU or 21.5 SCU of Laranite, and like we filled the rest of it with Borate, so almost a pure run. Lack of Quantanium and coffee. You're not wrong, Stan. So we got a nice, like a really awesome mid-range, mid-tier run off of Microtech. And we are out here at Mike L1B just kind of looking around to see if we see anything. That's what I was saying. Yeah, like I was trying to think of like a something, like Janolite and Java, but of course if it was like that variety of thing, but Oh, and we did get, oh yes, and I did try to put a Sabir on a rock. That every time I tried to apply it, it kept getting smaller and smaller and smaller until it was the tiniest little gadget, which I think caused the server to crash. I'm just going to assume I'm assuming that was my fault. Because it was like, it could not calculate how much smaller it was going to have to be. Have you tried mining the yellow asteroid belt? Astro, that's on my list of to-dos. I haven't gotten there yet. I was around the Microtech systems today. Definitely going to be looking around the Crusader systems probably tomorrow. Will you be solo mole mining today? I don't know that I'm solo mole mining today, Prince. I actually need to make a few space bucks. So probably drag a few people along with me if I can twist their arm and get them to come. Teacup Saphir, yeah, that's exactly right. Rock types seem to be a waste of time now. Oh, the type doesn't matter at all. You're not wrong, John. You're not wrong at all. Not a lot of pings out on this neck of the woods either, is there? Tell you guys what. Let's think about. I don't know that there's any other. I have been just to give you guys an idea over the last couple of days, right? I have found, of course, Mike L2's got the plus 9% gold. I found gold on Mike L2B. I found gold in Mike L2C. Just giving you guys a recap real quick. I have found really good gold on Calliope, good gold on Euterp, Clio, just kind of ghosty rocks. Microtech, of course, we got the Borace, Laranite. I have found really good gold in other places as well. Damar's got really good gold. Not sure where else we want to look today. Well, I'm just going to kind of pop it, just kind of head over towards Crusader. Maybe we'll just, as a final look today, let's go. I like the idea of looking in the asteroids around the yellow. Let's go do that real quick. And then we'll call it after that. So we'll go hit the, we'll kind of just call an audible real quick. Let's head over by Yella and look at the asteroids around Yella, and then I'll fly back to CRU-L1 and call it a day. I know my wife has other plans than me kind of streaming all Saturday away. You can imagine. But today has been an absolute blast. So, and later tonight, I'm hoping to put a little mold crew together and make a few space bucks. I do have the Atlas drive on this thing, so it's not all is not necessarily lost. It's a long drive for sure. But we'll have a little bit left by the time we get there. Enough to get back to CRU-L1. So anybody have any big takeaways from... Oh, I did some bounties in Yellow Belt, and there are some juicy Grisium rocks. Yeah, there's Grisium is really good there. Good stream, brother. Love the videos you make. Thank you, Mr. Tim. I appreciate that truly. Anybody have any big takeaways so far from Invictus? I don't mind the Fury. I think it's kind of fun. I think having I think it's kind of neat that you actually can have a bunch of those Furies on. You might be able to put like 12 of them comfortably on like a C2 and just kind of you could almost it'd be kind of fun. You could almost set a trap for like pirates. Have a bunch of those on a ship, and just kind of stay in the regular space lanes, and if you get pulled out of Quantum or whatever, just open up and like let 12 of those guys out. That might be fun. By the way, we almost hit 100 likes today too. We're at 79, so it's been that's been great. Really high skill ceiling. That's a good point, Astro, for sure. Incredibly fragile. I mean, if Ray's guide video, like I know I mentioned it earlier, like he talked about how he just kind of bumped those things, and they were, just did a little. And also, if you lose one of those, any of those propulsion jets on that thing, it gets swirly. So if you get hit once in that thing and the laser or the jet gets blown off, you're toast. You are toast. Oh, got some friend requests pending. Head tile, I'll take it. Skeet, I'll take it. Nicely done. Very nicely done. I'm hoping Sig will take the mining arm off the ROC and put it on a Fury. That would be awesome. Oh my gosh. That would be super fun. I seen a clip, one guy in a Fury trying to kill a hammerhead. It didn't even have the firepower, so he rammed it. And that worked. You know what? I've been in a hammerhead before, John, and one arrow crashed into us and it blew us up. Hey, Saf, thanks for joining today. Appreciate it. Big waves out to you, sir. Thank you for joining. Loved the conversation. Take care of yourself. It was good seeing you, Saf, for sure. Stone Dog, how you doing, man? Managed to mine rocks and gems for $500,000 today. Now SE gives me. Oh, you probably hit your limit, Stone. The Rock Fury. Yeah, there you go. The ROC Fury. This year's Invictus is kind of underwhelming. That's kind of my take too, Derek. Not to be a Debbie Downer. Not to be a Derek Downer, right? I'm just kidding. It is a little underwhelming. Yeah, a lot of work though. To make the game playable this year. Yeah, I think that they've got their hands tied. Just got in there like, Sarah, you know what? I did manage, even though it's not the wasn't the greatest profit in the world. I managed to get a full 22 SE, 21 and some change of Laranite and Borace full. So I got like a full 32 SCU, like a unicorn load of mid-grade material, so it wasn't a bunch of stuff mixed with a bunch of stuff, and it came in at about 38,000, almost 39,000, unrefined. Now somebody said when I refined that stuff, it's not necessarily a straight 2-to-1 like it used to be anymore. That it was probably worth around 100,000, not the 70,000 that I was thinking. But so that was 100,000 run, which of course is considerably lower than it used to be. But the takeaways, Sarah, today are there's you can find Prospector gold on Calliope. You can find Prospector rocks of gold on Uterp. And you can find, and like I said, and then Mike L2 has 9% increase in refining for gold. So that's that's kind of a headhunter, kind of a top tier type thing to go after. But of course, like I said, a lot of people have been talking about the mid tier stuff as well. Crowbait, anyone able to claim a ship on Area 18? The servers have been kind of hit or miss for sure. Took me a few tries to cross this mark. Yep, kept sending me to Defense Con. Yeah, that's weird. I had that earlier where I climbed up into my Prospector, and then I looked away from the screen for some reason or another. When I looked back, I was standing in Defense Con. I was like, what the heck? I literally was climbing up the ladder. I was doing the animation where I climb up the ladder in my Prospector. And like I said, I turned my head and looked at something or was talking to somebody. And then when I turned my head back, I was standing in Defense Con. I was like, what the hell's going on? But when I got stuck in the hull of my ship and then the ship stopped spawning, I was stuck in the log. And oh no, Mark. Oh boy. Remember that bug with the Prospector? Hey Moon. Remember that bug with the Prospector where it used to just kill you 7 out of 10 times when you climbed the ladder? Unless you were a female character, and then it never killed you because you weren't tall enough to get thrown into the innards of the ship or whatever. So I ran around as a female character for quite a long time in the game just because it was the only way to avoid the 7 out of 10 eviscerations you faced by climbing the ladder. I did figure out, though, like, if you had certain helmets on and you looked straight up, like, the mask of the helmet had something on it that would preclude you from going through the, you know, into the innards of the ship. So at about 30,000, I'm going to stop here, right? Watch why I do this. Now, if you stop about 30,000 out, you don't have to suffer through getting too close. Now I can go directly over to Yella. You know, and it's just kind of right there. You don't want it. Don't fly that close to Crusader. Indigo! Hey, Indigo, how are you? It's nice to see you, dude. Hope you're doing well. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Out of town there for a bit. Back in town, and you know, did a little mining yesterday. Was kind of sad, but you know, we're back at it. We're back at it, and we're being a lot more Van Halen than Pink Floyd today. Yeah, that's the goal. I got stuck in the hull of my ship, and then the ship stopped spawning now. All right, you guys. Let's. I'm gonna roll this guy over. We're just gonna fly right back towards these asteroids. We're just gonna have a look around here. All right, I'm gonna do this. Pop the sun on that on the port side, and I'm just gonna fly this direction. I'm gonna kind of fly a little fast to begin with. We will kind of aim over. And then let me do a 290 ping. Not quite close enough to him yet. Oh my God, I didn't know you could do that with Crusader. Trying to yes, don't do that, Mark. Don't fly anywhere near Crusader. Stop about 30K away. Pardon me, you know, about, you know, if you go back and look at the stream, about where I stopped, 30, whatever, if it's 30,000 or 30 million or whatever. I think it's 30,000 or whatever. You know, stop short. And then you can actually go, you know, you don't have to get trapped in the, you know, like, where you have to fly around the OMs or whatever. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I don't have 5 Prospector tricks and only made 70K a trip. Those trips are 1 or 2 hours. Yeah, I know, Indigo. I get it, man. It's not, you know, we've all agreed on the stream today that, you know, it's not, you know, you really want to kind of Prospector mine because it's more fun. You know, that you enjoy doing it, more for that than, say, profitability. It's just one of those things we're just going to have to kind of get used to for now. Okay, let's get this rock here. Let's go ahead and turn it into a rock icon. Now, in space, you guys, the one beauty about surface mining now is it's mostly clusters. That's just the opposite. In space, it's mostly single rocks. Just as a heads up. Now, it's not to say you won't find multiple rocks in, you know, in asteroid clusters, but they are much more rare. I may need to do cargo or salvage or rock mine to make money. Indigo, I'm in the same boat. I've got to figure out, like, you know, if I want a consistent way to make money, I'm probably going to maybe try and get into trading with my Taurus a little bit and see if that's, you know, see if I can do you know, that stuff has supposedly gotten a little better, so I have to look into that. But you know what? We're still out here trying our best to try and find ways to make money, and you know, and like I think as Andreas has said several times, you know, so you do it more out of the love than the profit, and then you know, you're not really working at it because you enjoy it. Now that's titanium and hephaestonite, so that's not a great, you know, that's not what we're looking for. All right, what do we got there? 17 hundo. What do we got here? An 1850. We'll head into the 1850. We're starting to now get into those asteroids a little better. Thank you for testing. No problem, for sure. Running barrel is good in trading. Yep, barrel is another one where a lot of people have been talking about that. Like, well, I'm kind of cooking. A lot of people have been talking about how the mid-range, you know, just they're doing a lot of mid-range, mid-tier, you know, mid-tier, multiple runs, but mid-tier. Hef does count as a mid-tier item, I know, I wanted to do a little more surveying before I started kind of putting the laser on something. You're not wrong, though. Hef is mid-tier. That's Hephaestonite there as well. So it looks like Hephaestonite is, in the first couple rocks we've seen, Hephaestonite, the Hephaestonite seems strong here. Stone Dog says, I think a Helix times 2 C3 modules on my Prospector can crack 19K rocks. Now, when you're saying, which C3s are you talking about, Stone? The Rieger C3s, I think, are broken right now. There's a 3-pack right there at rocks. Let's go look at these. And the only reason I say that is because, like, right now, the C3, it doesn't open up the optimal window, and the C2 does when I, like, put a laser on it. And you know, and several people have told me it's a thing. And so I just threw a C2 on it. I had been noticing that the C3 wasn't open in the optimal window when I clicked the rock. Yeah, the Riegers. Yep, the ones that have the power. Gotcha. Yep. I was kind of curious. That makes sense, Stone. But now are the C3s working for you? Because the C3s have not been working for me, but the C2s are. And that's people have been saying that's a thing. And I noticed it too. These are Q-types, guys. Hey, here's our old-fashioned Q-types. Hephaestonite. Beryl. And aluminum. Nice. Alright, so we're... Looks like Hephaestonite is a real popular guy here. I used to go to Lyria, buy up titanium and a Carrick or C2. But area team make 90K or so, pretty easy money. Took me 20, 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll have to definitely get into some of that. Focus 3 works. Yeah, definitely. I have seen where people are pairing the focuses as well, for sure. All right. Oh, well, good, Stone. So when you say working, you mean you definitely see the optimal window pop open when you start the laser? Maybe I just need to take it off and put it back on. You know, I mean, maybe that was the case. All right, what do we have here? There's a 1870. Let's go down and look at this guy. Give me just 1 second. I'm gonna throw a fan on. It's got a little warmer here. All right, throw my headphones back on. Hopefully that fan noise isn't too bad for you. Let me know if it is, if for some reason you're hearing fan noise. It got a lot warmer all of a sudden here. Sun is out and raging beautifully in northern Michigan. Let's see. Probably not optimal. Seemed to work. Not a lot of route planning. Yeah, you know, and that's the thing. That's a big planning. Such an important thing now, for sure. Oh wow, look at that. There's salvage over there too. Now people have mentioned that there is salvage in the yellow. Now there's also, I should mention, there was salvage in Mike L2A and Mike L2B as well. I've definitely noticed some salvage there. When it gives me the rock icon again, I will. 63 degrees in the UP, huh? Nice. Titanium and Hephaestonite. Boy, Hephaestonite is everywhere. Holy mackerel. That's a good, you know, make note. If you want Hephaestonite, this is the place to come. Alright. Alright, there's an 1850. What about this? I am looking for any... I'm checking signatures to see if there's anything more than single rocks. Toga, what's happening? Pretty normal. The room is more warmer right now because I'm in here. Yeah, there you go. That's awesome, dude. You can ban me now. No. That's funny, isn't it? I'll take it. All right. Let's go ahead. Take a look at a few more rocks here, and then we're, just gonna call this the Hephaestonite farm, I think. 1720, 17 hundo. That might be a bridge too far over that way. 1850. More headed towards this 1870. There's our rock. I love the fact that you can kind of just pick a spot and head into it, and eventually you're in out of these asteroids. Sweet. It's so much fun. Alright, well, Laranite. Alright, well, there's a little different look. Little Laranite in this Q-type. 24,000 mass rock, so definitely a big boy. Kind of fun. It definitely had the Quantanium look to it as well. No, not necessarily, Indigo. It's all about the same. Cool. Keep it on the starboard side there. Don't want to crash directly into it. Pull the laser out. Let's do a drive-by. What have we had? That's an Agricium rock. Nice. All right. Oh, yeah. No question. Damar's got some good stuff to look at. There's big clusters over there. As well as down on Yella. It's fine. Selin is also a good place. I have found Quantanium on Selin quite a bit. Just so everybody's aware. Selin has got Quantanium. Also, I found Mole Quantanium on Yella. I have found Mole and Prospector Quantanium on Selin. I have found Mole Quantanium on Yella surface. I thought maybe you guys missed my bad jokes. No, of course we do, dog. Try to clean my electronic. Oh, that's a nice rock right there. That's a 41% layer. Impossible. Look at that crazy resistance. Let's fly in here and take a look at this guy. I don't think I can put a crack in this guy. Have you changed out your... Oh, yeah, Drac. You can't... There's only one meta in mining left right now, and that's do not use the Lancet. The Lancet is for... I don't know if they just did it as a like kind of a joke or what, man. Don't use the Lancet at all. I'm not going to be able to put power in this thing, but I'm going to give it a try nonetheless. Just kind of curious. Hey, Slow Push Tony, welcome to the channel. Did I take my break at the right time? Did I just hear go to Selin? Oh, yes. I mean, if you're interested, if you want to try and find Quantanium, the most I found is on Yella and Selin, for sure. And the only Prospector Quantanium I found has been on Selin, but it's pretty rare. I mean, it's just a rare thing, right? Yeah, I can't put any power. I was just kind of curious if I could do anything with that big boy. There's a lot of Laranite in that guy. Too hefty. Yeah, she's too hefty. Now, guys, one thing I hope that you guys have noticed today, I'm not mining nearly as much as I'm surveying today. This has all been about planetary surveys, going into, asteroid belts, doing surveys. I have not, and Lancet's good on a mole still, Drac. Yeah, that definitely was a mole rock. No question about it. But I was just kind of curious if I could... You never know. Sometimes they say it and you can't. I was just going to take a crack at it. Let's, I've been finding Quant on Aberdeen, purple chunks. Oh, interesting. I might have to see if there are pickers on Aberdeen with some Quant in them. Slow push. Thank you for that. By the way, welcome to the channel, man. I hope that you like and sub and come hang with us now and then. That's a good tip. I appreciate it. Pickers of Quant on Aberdeen. Noted. I tried holding out for the big three or scooping. Yeah, Indigo, I'm trying to do the same thing. Trying to get gold, Terranite, or backs. You know, but Nate said, Nate earlier said one of the most wise things. A good way to look at the Prospector is it's the gold pan. A good way to look at the mole now is it's the sluice box. And if you know anything about gold mining, that's a very, very wise analogy. I love that analogy. Oh, that's Terranite. I think it said. That's good. Ooh, that's a mineable Terranite rock. Let's go after that, you guys. That's good stuff. Let's get in here and see if we can break this. Terranite is touchy. You know, it's got a lot of resistance-y stuff in it. So let's see. Let's see what we got. This is a nice Terranite rock. Now, if the gadgets weren't so buggy, I'd go out and put a Bormax on that guy in a second. I would. Look at the instability. It's just crazy in this. I might just do it anyways. Anything up to a 12K rock can be popped from just a Hofstad. Well, sometimes, GT, as you're about to witness. Look, I have an 8400 mass rock, but it's got Terranite in it. Terranite has been it's been a hard one. Maybe it's just not, this guy does not crack. I mean, I have not had good luck with Terranite. Now, I had a whole bunch of mining gadgets, but when I had a 30K, they were in my ship inventory and I lost them. So I didn't replace them today because it was like 150K worth of them. I still need to kind of kit my mole. Prospector specialized laser sets. Whoops, I meant mole lets you specialize. Yeah, for sure. But you can see here, look, I'm not, this should be a very mineable rock for me. And I have the Riegers, I do have laser power, at pretty good value. But yeah, she won't budge. Now I do have on my person a Bormax, but I don't think that's actually going to help. I don't think it would. I just don't think it'll help. And it will also. They're really buggy right now. The last time I tried a gadget, it was a hot mess to try and put it on. When they get that stuff squared away, I definitely will mess with it. So, too bad. This would have been a nice rock to break. We're just gonna have. Just admit what it is. She's too much mojo going on there. All right, what do we got here? Ooh, there's a 6800. Wow, there's some cluster-ish action going on here. I wonder if it was getting both those, like two different 3-pack. Yeah, it's interesting. I find if I get more of the flicker, I move the beam in a circle to get it up to optimal. Agitating is, I understand what you mean, GT, but it wasn't even moving at all. Just Cynical Saint, welcome to the channel. GT, welcome to the channel, by the way. Pretty sure there is something wrong with instability. I had rocks as low as 2K mass that wouldn't break because, yeah, instability seems to be the new resistance in a way. I don't disagree with that. It is kind of weird. Alright, you can try to fly closer to the critical area, but you need to back out before it breaks. Shadow damage will kill. Yeah, exactly. Taking off my gadget and it became super small. Yeah, I know. I had a Sabir that turned ultra tiny on me earlier today. It was so hilarious. Every time I tried to use it, like it became smaller and smaller and smaller. We all had a good laugh over that. I had 4K rock. I couldn't even budge. Also, yeah. Well, then that's yeah. I think that there's. I think high instability sometimes is like, is just as affects it just as much as resistance does, in a way. One thing I will say is there are definitely no ghost rocks. That's Hephaestonite. Okay, we've seen a bunch of that. Here. More Hephaestonite. More Hephaestonite. We definitely know if you're looking for Hephaestonite, the yellow asteroids are what you want. There's Beryl. Beryl seems to be almost like the most prevalent thing in the verse now. And Hephaestonite, except for the yellow asteroids, because then it's Hephaestonite. Wow. Now, there is more rocks around here somewhere. We're pretty close. Yeah, they're there. Okay. Knew they were around here. Only trick I learned is you can mitigate high min power. Yep, backing up, exactly. Using distance to exactly control power is definitely a thing. Alright, 4 more rocks to look at here. C-types. Kind of neat. That is going to be Laranite at 21,000 mass. Terranite at 16,000 mass. That's good to know. Agricium. That's probably a picker. It is. Is that also a picker? I think it might be. Yeah, 291 Beryl. Cool. All right. I think that's kind of the most amount of surveying I really think I need to do here. Go ahead and look at maybe one more single rock, or let's just head in a little further and see if we can find one more grouping of rocks, and we'll take a look. Another problem is the non-quantum rocks rarely need a double breaker. Yeah, you're not wrong. Is Prospector as profitable as Vulture Salvage? I don't think so anymore, Toe. But I don't. A lot of people are saying they're getting the cargo off of the salvage ships, and that's actually become kind of more profitable, I think. Can't stay, but FYV Loud Guns has put out a detailed Prospector Mole guide about 20 minutes ago. Thank you, KSS. I'll go watch that for sure. Guns is a great guy. And I really do respect his stuff. I think that was a bigger number. Yeah, 75.7. Alright, let's go grab this. Beryl is the most common because mining Beryl is fun. Yeah, there you go. Barrel and bourbon. I think it's... Oh, that's kind of interesting. Bourbon barrel. Alright. Alright, let's head on in here. See what we got. I found a Q-type that was not Yeah, they're no longer... Wayne, they're no longer Quantanium Q-types. I found several Q-types and they're not Quantanium anymore. Yep, that's definitely a thing. These are the last 4 I'm going to look at in the yellow asteroids here. Still getting after it. Nice at the leaf for a while. I am. I found a really nice. You know, I got a pure. I don't know if you've seen it or not, Grift, but I got a pure run of like Laranite and Borace, like a full, like not mixed with any garbage, like 0.27 quarts, and the rest was you know, mid-range stuff. That was, you know, gonna shake out around 100,000 or so. So I was happy about that. Just the fact that I was able to get 100% or breaks on things was kind of nice. That's Beryl and Titanium right there. That's a Agricium. Yeah, it wasn't bad. The type dictates to some extent the minerals they contain, but quant can occur in any type now. Yep, that's exactly right. That must be a picker that's being a little grumpy about what it means. E-type here. That is barrel. And that's a barrel picker, and with some titanium in it. Okay. All right, I said this was the last thing I'm going to do, but I am going to do one other thing. Just because we're having fun here. Let's head over to selling. And we'll just do a little bit more looking around on the planetary survey side and get and I'll find something to mine and bring it in. And then we'll call it a stream. The type dictates to some extent. Yes, you're not wrong. For sure. Thank you, KSS, for telling me about that. I'll check out Guns' work. He does great stuff. You guys know Guns. He's like, you know, we're so blessed to have like Red Monster and Guns and those guys on. You know, they that put in the real hard work, and that's private property at 604. We'll fly down to this. We'll hit this post here. Actually, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit this OM marker and we'll fly down. I think Wayne may melt my Prospector and stop mining. Well, Wayne, you know, I do think, listen, the one thing I will say is, I think I have enough to get back. It's, you know, you're not wrong, John. But I you know, and I appreciate you saying that. I have enough definitely to get back to CRUL1. So we're good. That's going to be my ultimate destination home. But we'll just kind of fly on in here. Kind of the last of the Mohicans. We'll check out Selin. I have found Prospector level quant on Selin before. By the way, 12 more likes, you guys, and we hit 100 today. Fantastic. Maybe if they made adjust so read rocks instantly versus 10 secs per rock, we have some way of long distance without. You know what, Indigo, you'd be right too. I agree. I would love to be able to kind of go to an area with like a terrapin, just do a bomb scan, like it just does this huge scan, or even if it takes like 10 minutes to do this like this long intricate scan, and then it kind of gives you like a readout of like what, you know, what rocks it finds, and then you could look through the readout and be like, oh, this is a nice one, let's go look at this, and then just kind of set coordinates and head towards it. Man, that would be awesome. Well, you know what, Indigo, the thing that you have to ask yourself is it the pure profit you're looking for? Because if it is, there's no question. I mean, you know, then you've got you know, they are chasing people away from pure profit soloing that way. Best I'm getting out of the Prospector is 40K in the belt. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm around the best. My best runs are around 40K unrefined, and somewhere between 80 to 100K refined. Those are my best. I mean, that's, you know, that's just me being honest. Those are the consistent ones, anyways. All right, let's go ahead and love that noise. I really feel like we can get down to the planet surfaces faster than we used to be able to for whatever reason. I don't know if that's just me thinking that or what. Anyways, here we are. I haven't found any correlation with the RS numbers, and my scanner tells me nothing. Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of correlation on that stuff. You're not wrong. All right. Oh, hold on. Cool. Let me do this. I need to turn off the scanner and lower my speed a little. There we go. Turn the scanner back on. All right. What do we got here? We got 12,000. That's a beautiful. 10,006. Beautiful. Ooh, is that 13,004? That's beautiful. We're going to come back to that 13,004. More than likely. 17,280. Ooh. Let's head towards the 17,000. That's a good size. That's a good size cluster. And then we'll head back towards those other ones, which I understand is probably at about my 7 o'clock position. From where I'm... No, and there's no question. I mean, Microtech is the place where I made my best run today, for sure. Microtech had pretty good rocks on it today, you know, and I did get a pure run. So, all right, this is a heck of a cluster here. If anything's going to give you an indication, I mean, you know, one thing I like about selling, which is you do get these big ass clusters for sure. All right, that's kind of a ghosty, but we'll just go ahead and shoot. That's a Grissium. Very mineable Grissium. What do we got there? We got Laranite. Mineable. This might be a picker. Nope, not a picker. But a very small mass rock. Barrel. Cool. That's a picker. Ooh, that's gold. That's a gold picker. Only 22%. The rest of it's aluminum, though. Something. You know, the couple things could help things out. Number one, if we had line item, that's a big Agricium rock. Line item jettison, where you could jettison out the Garbola, that would be very helpful. I think that would help prospecting a lot. If you could just separate, you know, what you wanted to just dump. That's a 45% Hephaestonite picker. All right, what's this guy? It's a Grissium. Here's another picker. Granite. Another 23% gold picker. Nice. I don't think they'll be getting any money from me this year. That's awesome. I hear what you're saying for sure. All right, so it was back this way with those other ones. Yep, there they are. All right, so we got a 10,000. We're gonna look at these four. 11,007, and then I think this is a 13 or something over here, right? 13.4. Yep. So we got these ones to look at now. We're gonna look at these four, and then I'm gonna make a decision about something of mine, and then we're gonna head back and call it a day. I already made enough bad financial decisions. And an Argo Drake solo miner. Yeah, no, I hear you, Andre. That's funny. Oh boy. It entices me to send a single cent more, yeah. The one area where I think that they've got some, I mean, right now they've got it where I think this, if they had a bigger miner, like a 200 SCU miner, that's the one area where I think that they've got wiggle room right now. That's just me being honest. Hey, Sander Little, how have you been, Sander? Nice to see you. And 90 likes, you guys, too. That's awesome. Man, it's such a good day today. Wonderful stream. You guys make me happy, even if the mining isn't quite as hot as it used to be. Now, these are quartzite deposits. That's a picker down there. That guy is 42% laranite. Boy, there's a lot of pickers on that I've seen here, too. When you get these big clusters, a lot of them are pickers, right? That's the thing. What do we have here? That's barrel. (41% Agricium). That easy, very, very mineable rock. 1197 mass rock here. That's just basically aluminum. I think this other one is right over here, right? Yep, they're just right there. And then the 13,000 one is just right over there as well. I've always complained when all the money goes to Squadron 4. No, listen, Indigo. I'm with you. I'm not a big squad. You know, don't get me wrong. I like the idea of Squadron 42, but I do feel like they are spending a lot of Star Citizen money on Squadron 42. I mean, they're advertising. You know, kind of. This is the playable thing, but they're dumping all the money into the non-playable thing. We'll have to see how that works out later. Titanium. I've definitely, you know, don't get me wrong. I'll play Squadron 42, but it's not. I don't know that it's nearly as fun to me as the verse, right? All right, Titanium and Hephaestonite. Barrel. Okay. All right, let's go to this V scan. Let's send it out this way. I think there's the 13,000 one. Yep, right there. Okay, let's go ahead and look at that. I'll tell you, Selena's got some very nice. You can see like the density is very nice. On the John Rhys Davies was back in the mocap studio, rumor has it. Wow. Isn't that the guy who played Gimli? Am I right about that? I will play it, but when I bought, is that Gimli? John Rhys Davies? All right, got a couple more. Oh yeah, Sander, send in a ticket. Yep, I agree with that. All right, got some ghosties. A little ghosting happening here, but you know, I have faith that these will turn because we've had good luck with them before. I went to selling yesterday. Nice. There you go. Come on, baby. Turn into scannables. Definitely not scannable yet. We'll just kind of wait another minute or so. Trying to remain as patient as possible. Just trying to kind of kick them in. Yes, a salad from Indiana Jones. Nice. Yeah. Come on now. You can do it. Alright, I'll give it another minute or two and then I'll move on to the next ones. There was one right that weren't that far away. What size is that? 92 hundo. Let me mark one of those guys. Yeah, we'll head to the other. We'll head out. It doesn't look like they're gonna, you know. And you probably in my mind, if you wait there long enough, they're gonna be there. But let's go ahead and see if these guys will give me anything here. Well, shoot.
Fracturing mode on. Mining mode off. Mining mode on. Fracturing mode on.
Got some unscannables going on selling. This server has had a couple of, you know, like I was getting some unscannables on Clio and a little bit of unscannable stuff on Microtech as well. We'll wait another minute here, and then if they don't turn, then I'll go look at that other one, and if not, we'll head on in. You know, if they're not going to be friendly, you know, to look at them. You know, there's not a lot we can do. Pocket carrier ships and syndrome acquired, including mining fund salvage hour now only stable server. Yeah, exactly, Ocean. Really, I mean, server instability has probably been just as hard on the mining as the fact that the things have changed so much. Well, normally you just wait these out and they just turn. Oh, I turn them. Maybe ping them while in fracture mode. Okay. And they're ghosted. I mean, they're straight watch. If we, the ones that I checked on Clio, and these ones will be the same, right? Like, I'll put my nose right in there. See what I mean? They're straight ghosted for sure. Hey, GT, take care of yourself, man. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Maybe ping them on the front. Yeah, they're, you know, let me go. I'll go hit this other one over here. Let's see here. There's a 8. There's a single rock. There's a 12,200 and there's a 9,200. We'll hit this 12,000. If those are unscannable as well, we'll take it into CRUL1 and call her a day. I got a few unscannables, but I play on 3 screens. Rocks look huge. Yeah, I am on an ultra wide myself, but I only play borderless 1440p, so I can have the you know, have the OBS on one side and the chat on the other. Keep an eye on things. Yep, same gig here, you guys. My cat decided to put my PC and sleep right above my GPU where it's warmest. That's awesome. Alright. Not any. Yeah, looks like we're just kind of ran into a spot where we're just not getting any. See if anybody else is saying anything. Sig taketh and Sig giveth. Yeah, no, I hear you, Ashen. That's for sure. All right, you guys. I think we're gonna call her. I'm gonna just take her back on into CRUL1. We will land it. Oh, I already got her set. Good. And I wish that, you know, I was hoping to finish strong. Maybe, you know, find a settling Quantanium rock or whatever, but you know, they're just not being scannable. The servers have had their struggles today, and I appreciate you guys hanging as long as you did. It's been a fun stream today. I will be putting out a short later of the incredible shrinking Sabir. That was funny as hell. I really needed that laugh. That was great. I have just adored today's stream. It's been great. You guys have been fantastic. And I have, you know, the one thing, you know, that I have never lost faith in at all and never will is how good-hearted people are in this community. We have some wonderful human beings that, you know, help each other out. You know, John, it was so good to see you, man. I hope that you're doing well. You know, we've just had, it's just been a blessing. You know, the community in this game is really fantastic. I've really met some just quality human beings, you know, in this community. And, you know, there are times when all of us have our own struggles. Or get a nice bucket. Not wrong. That's funny. We've all had our struggles before, you know, but we kind of lift each other up, carry each other through, which is awesome. And really, you know, after I did kind of that grumpy video yesterday, I had a lot of you reach out and say very nice things, and I just want you to know how much it means to me. I really, really, really appreciate that, Indigo. You know, like I said, we're just going to keep working the problem. I do know that there was a moment in the PT when you could not find Quantanium at all. And then Sig mentioned they tweaked it a little bit and there was a little more. You know, maybe in a week or two there's going to be a situation where they say, you know what, we've dialed it back. You know, we've got the numbers, and the numbers of Quantanium that are rolling in are a little bit too low. You know, so let's go ahead and maybe what they'll do is they'll tweak it a little bit. Kinzier, welcome to the channel, by the way. You're lurking back there. Nicely done. I appreciate it. Clive says, awesome stream. Can't wait for the next one. Thank you, Clive. You're the man, says Griff. Thank you, Griff. Dude, you're the man. Griff is just such a good dude. Like I said, this community is fantastic. Filled with good humans. So, we're all human beings. It's all we can do. Either act like hardhead or be test dummies. That's a perfect way to say it, Aoshin, for sure. You know, and I have just been constantly impressed by how, especially inside this little community that I have here, how all of us just kind of work together, help each other, share, and I will tell you guys. Oh, I should mention, I found yesterday. Right, you can see I don't know if you guys caught that picture in my community picture, but I found this massive gold rock where literally in the background was ARC-L1. It was like 4 kilometers away. You know, so, it's a pretty funny game. I mean, they've really got this thing mixed up for sure. So, we're taking her on in here, and I'll give you guys a proper salute as soon as we get out of here and get this thing landed. So, today was a lot about planetary surveys and just kind of I'm a test dummy. Keep trying to learn, relearn the meta, relearn where things are at. And I will tell you, I know it doesn't seem like a ton of progress, but it is progress when you can get a whole full load of even mid-grade stuff. That gives me hope. It gives me hope that there's, we will run, just with a few more tweaks, we might be able to get to a spot where we get back into a little more profitability with the Prospector. Maybe we'll never be where we were. Maybe the time will never come when you go out there and then 15 minutes later return with 275,000 or 280,000 worth of stuff. But I can tell you that, even if it could get back where regular runs you're getting, 100, 125 a run, that would be fine. You know what I mean? If I could do around 100K a run, I'm okay with I'm honestly okay with 100K an hour. I'm okay with that. I would like to see a little better clip than that, but I don't know that we're 100% there. Now, but we'll see how it goes, right? We're just going to keep on keeping on and chipping away. So, beautiful ride on in here. The old sticks just dialed in. Feeling crisp. All right, let's see if they'll film. See if they'll top me off. I need some petrol. Oh, and apparently I put a little scratch in my paint. Hey, Doe. I know it is hard to keep track of me. I just snuck on here this afternoon. It was a lot later in the afternoon than I expected it. There goes the hydrogen. Looks like that. All right. Oh, it did. It did everything. Perfect. Boom. Let's go ahead and kill the engines. Down we go. So, I'll keep considering. Are we going barrel and bourbon, Java and Janolite, something, Anyways, you guys, let's do this. Yeah, I'll even hit the Prospe in the background here. Hey, I just want to say thank you very much for joining me today. I had so much fun. And like I said, we did get what I would consider a modern-day unicorn in 319, which was a full 32 SCU of mid-grade stuff for somewhere around 100,000. Somebody felt like that would sell for. So, you know what? Hey, that's improvement. Hands on head night, exactly. There you go, Griff. You guys, honestly, have a lovely Saturday. Please take care of yourself. And I will see you all around the verse.